Hello everyone and welcome to the very first ever Sewing Report live sewing hangout. I'm not exactly sure where this is going to go, but this is something I've wanted to do for quite some time. So the thought behind it and this new Sewing Report live channel is that I want to really bring you into the sewing room headquarters here, my sewing space, and really show what the sewing process is actually like. If you're not familiar with me, I'm Jen. I've been running this Sewing Report YouTube channel for 7 years, and I just started this channel like 2 weeks ago. And the thought behind it is that I know we're going in the direction of everything being very fast, very curated, very edited. You see a TikTok, you see someone throw fabric up in the air, and then when it comes down, it's a finished make. But if you know anything about sewing, you know that's not at all what it's actually like. And the real everyday sewing process is pretty time consuming. So I hope to really shed light and bring awareness to what I like to call slow sewing. I mean, I'm pretty slow, to be honest with you. I just put out a video today with a tutorial for the super simple everyday pouch. If you haven't checked it out and you want to see a more condensed version of the tutorial, that is there. But I want to be showing the making process of this sewing project in real time. So the hope behind it is that one, we can have a place to hang out. I know, like, I love watching live streams because I can kind of put it on in the background of whatever I'm doing. You get like a familiar voice chatting with you. You can talk to people, you can meet people in the chat. In my opinion, the chat is really where it's at for any live streaming session. It's not even necessarily the like main presenter. So I want this to be a space where we can come together. You can know that I'm here, and I plan to do this quite a bit. So if that's something you're down for, joining me here at Sewing Report Live. So I've got a new computer that my husband built just for live streaming, and I will show you what I got going on here. So I have a multi-cam setup here. So we've got this camera. This is like camera 1, the head-on camera. We've got camera 2. This is an overhead camera, so you should be able to see what I'm doing. And that's the thing, I didn't want to do live streaming where you couldn't actually see what's going on. So I wanted to have production that's good enough so that you can actually see up close. So we've got camera 2. Guys, I have a sewing machine camera. Yes, camera 3. So that's what's going on here. And then I have this other angle so you can see me and you can see the overhead shot. So I've really put a lot of thought and effort into this, and I don't know exactly what this will turn out to be, but I really hope this can be a great thing for the sewing community. This is very time consuming. I do hope to make projects in real time, hang out, we'll chat. You know, occasionally I'll have to take like a restroom break or whatever. And then I'm thinking later, since, you know, everything's recorded, like these sessions are being recorded on the software I'm using, and I might be able to edit that together later for a more polished, edited video for the main Sewing Report channel. So that's the hope for this whole project. Hopefully we won't run into too many technical issues. One of my programs just crashed on me right before I started. So let me tell you what I hope to be doing. So this is the super simple everyday pouch. This is a very, very basic zipper pouch pattern that I made. Again, I'm not like a pattern designer. This is, you know, pretty simple. And if you want to make these, you are welcome to sell these on a handmade basis. I don't really care. This is this is not rocket science. But what I want to do today is develop some creative add-ons and hacks for this pattern, so you can really customize it. So I've got a few things. We're going to be working with a new fabric line that I actually do sell in the Sewing Report Etsy shop. This is called Wild Expedition. It's by Paintbrush Studio Fabrics. It's a newer line I discovered. But what's cool about this is, I'll bring this up real quick. By the way, this live stream is sponsored by the Sewing Report Etsy shop, where you can find fabric and sewing supplies. So this is the fabric I'll be working with today. It is what's called a flat fat stack bundle. So this is an interesting take on the fat quarter bundle that we're used to seeing. It's fat quarters, but it's all printed out onto one continuous piece of fabric. So you can get it, you can pre-wash this pretty easily. You can cut them up. So I just find it's a really innovative product, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what else Paintbrush Studio Fabrics comes out with. This is a really fun safari themed kind of fabric line, so I thought this would be a good one to work with today. I've been dying to do something with it. That's my ice maker in the background. So I'm going to be trying to make some pouches and adding a few new details onto it. And then hopefully I can turn this into a sewing report video later on. But it is available. I've got a few in the Sewing Report Etsy shop. Let's see, here is all the prints. Really fun. You got some zebras. You got, I think that's like a leopard. Is that a leopard? Got some cranes. We have some floral designs, some really fun zebra prints. I love the colors to this. I think this is a really great line. And it comes like, it doesn't take, what I like about these flat fat stacks is they do not take up a lot of space. So I like that. I like that a lot. So yes, this live stream is sponsored by my own Etsy shop. Yes, indeed. The Sewing Report Etsy shop. So I don't know exactly how long I'll be going, probably like until as long as I can. I'm not going to be talking the whole time. When I talk a lot, my voice tends to get really hoarse and I feel run down. So I'll be kind of explaining what I'm doing, but I will also be just doing things. So this is not always going to be like, this isn't really like a workshop or a training video necessarily. This is more just, hey, you know, see inside my sewing room and join me as I'm making things. I figure if I'm shooting these videos anyways, I might as well do it live and, you know, see where this goes. So thank you for joining me. I'm also going to be removing my display name just because I think that's going to take up like too much real estate here. I'll be checking the comments periodically. So I really appreciate everyone here. This is definitely new territory for me, but I really want this to be a place where if you know Jen's going live with the Sewing Report, you know, you can come, you can pop in and out, you can just hang out, you can be in the chat, you can, you know, you can have this on as you're sewing as well. So I don't know where this is going to go exactly, but I just thought this is something I've been wanting to do for a really like months now. All right, so let's show you what I got going on here. So I've got my fabric. I think I'm going, so what I'm going to try to do to these pouches is I'm hoping to add a D-ring. So I've got some D-rings. So I'm going to make some new ones and add a D-ring to the outside here. I'm also going to be adding an exterior pocket. I think that would be a great detail. And I'm going to use this mesh fabric, so it's kind of see-through. I'm also going to be attempting to add an interior patch pocket, so that's a detail you could do. And I also have you could certainly do this in a scrappy version or a quilted version. So when I'm using my exterior fabric, I did use canvas for this. So this is already a fairly substantial fabric, a little more substantial than quilting cotton. I interfaced this with Pellon Shape Flex 101. That's one of my favorite types of, it's a woven stabilizer, and it's good for adding a little bit of body to a project. I will also be doing, so this is the template here. So if you are using a quilting cotton, you definitely want to at least stabilize the main fabric, just because quilting cotton is like a little bit lighter weight than canvas. For this version, I used laminated cotton just because I wanted the inside to be wipeable. And these prints I don't think are available anymore. I added a label inside, so I added a handmade label. So this tutorial is already out on the Sewing Report channel. And let's see, what else did I want to do? Yeah, so I think that's it. So yeah, you could, if you want to do a quilted version, all you would have to do is quilt some panels and then cut them out using the template, and then you can follow the tutorial as usual. All right, let's get started. And I'm really going to be developing this in like real time, so you can kind of see my like thought process and my, you know, video making process. So if that's something that's interesting to you, welcome. So I've already cut out some fabric for this. So, all right, so I think the first thing I'm going to do, and I do need to interface some more of this fabric because I'm going to be making a little tab for the D-ring. So I will be interfacing that because, again, I think the quilting cotton on its own just doesn't have enough body to it. So I think the prints I'm going to be using today are this pink zebra print. I think it's super cute. So, and I have already interfaced this piece with Pelon Shape Flex 101. I tried to do a little bit of prep work last night. I didn't get as much done as I wanted to. I've got my zippers all ready to go. So I showed you in the original tutorial how I use super glue to like fold the zipper tabs in here. All right, so we'll just start. Let me just take all of these clips off. Yeah, so I mean, I figured if I was gonna be hanging out anyways, why not just have a live stream that you could join in on? Yeah, join the chat. And I'm not always gonna be able to see the chat. So I think when I go over to the sewing machine is like in the other room technically. So I'm gonna need to be walking around, but that's why I have this wireless microphone on, so that when I'm walking around, I can still be talking and you can still hear me and everything. All right, so let me take this off. So this is a zipper I prepared last night. And I was really bummed because I realized I was looking for hardware last night and I realized I have these gold like swivel clasps, but I did not have any gold D-rings. So I had all these gold zippers prepped and I didn't want to mix match the silver and gold. So then I dug around in my stash and I managed to find a silver zipper. So I was like, okay, I guess I'll just use that. So we're gonna go with this silver zipper. I do really like the zipper pulls a little bit more on these zippers. I just like this style, but this is the one I had. You need a 9-inch zipper for this. And then this is a fat quarter friendly pattern. So this is a fat quarter here. And to cut out 2 of the panels here, and I guess it depends on the orientation. I know for some fabrics, they have to be oriented in a certain way. So this is up for the pattern and this is down. So, but because the zebras are sort of going in every direction, I can cut it out this way. So this takes up a little bit less than like half of the fat quarter. So you still have quite a bit left. So we'll be tracing and cutting out some pieces here. And Lisa, yes, I am still loving my industrial. That's actually the machine we'll be using today. So yeah, I've got the sewing machine cam, the Juki DDL 8700. I really hope my software program doesn't crash too. So if I have any technical issues, I guess you'll know right away, that's for sure. All right, so let me get started with cutting out my pieces. So I did prep this. You don't necessarily need to interface the lining. You can, you don't really have to. I've got some really big washers I use as pattern weights. So 2, 4, we'll do like 6 of these. And I'll be needed to like reach behind me and do some other stuff. So this, again, this presentation is gonna be pretty like unpolished just because obviously this is live. All right, so, and I've printed and cut out 2 templates. So I can just go ahead and do this. And again, the direction of this fabric doesn't really matter because the zebras are kind of going all over the place. So you can kind of do whatever with this, but sometimes obviously if your fabric is directional, you'll want to keep that in mind when you are cutting out, when you're tracing and cutting out your pieces. So I've already interfaced this with Pelon Shape Flex 101, and I'm just going to line up my pattern pieces here, and then we'll be tracing these, and then we'll be cutting out. I was actually going to do this last night, but I didn't get around to it, so you're going to have to, unfortunately, you're going to have to, you know, sit through this part. I know it's not as exciting seeing everything like traced and cut out. And a lot of these supplies I will be using in this live stream, they are available in the Sewing Report Etsy shop. So if you are interested, like a lot of my like marking pens and stuff like that. So, and of course this fabric, which again, I'm really excited because I've been really looking for some projects to use these in, and I think this is a good one. And I'm going to be using this black and cream zebra print as trim. So I think this will be a good accent for the zebra print fabric. So I'm just going to trace. So you can, you know, you're just hanging out with me in the sewing room. Hopefully you're working on something today too, or maybe you're just relaxing. Maybe you're having a cup of coffee. I had 2 cups of coffee already, and I think I'm done with the coffee today, so I'm just going to be drinking water from here on out. So let me just go ahead and trace this out. And in the description box, I have linked my blog post on thesewingreport.com where you can download this free pattern. Again, it is called the Super Simple Everyday Pouch, and yes, it is like basic AF. And that's why it's free, because this is really not like a super innovative pattern, but you know, sometimes I think we like I really like a lot of basic patterns myself. So I'm just going to trace, just tracing. And I gave this tip in the main video for this tutorial. But one thing I do whenever I'm making a project that has a lining, what I'll do is I will cut out, because the lining has to fit inside the main fabric, I will cut the main pieces like just a little bit outside the line, and then I'll cut the lining pieces just a little bit inside the line. And I actually find that's a pretty good method for me. All right, so we're gonna line up this other piece. We'll be tracing and cutting this out. So yeah, and I think one of the things I wanted to really highlight through this channel is that the sewing takes time. I know when you see an Instagram reel or a TikTok, it makes it, I feel like these accounts make it look so easy and quick, but we know it's not. So I really want to show the reality of sewing and how much time it takes. And hopefully this will make you feel better too, because I'm really slow at everything. So it actually takes me a really long time to make and film projects. That's why I'm not able to put out, I would love to be able to put out more content than I do. But the reality is that like, I just don't have enough time, you know, and I've spent weeks editing one video for real, which isn't, you know, obviously is not going to make me able to put out like a ton of stuff. So this is actually one of my faster projects. If I wasn't filming this, I could definitely make this in less than an hour. The filming just adds a lot more complications to literally everything. So it takes, because you have to get your I have to switch my camera settings or change my camera, like I have to move it around. So like that ends up taking a really long time. You're also welcome to ask any questions, you know, and I'll try to answer them. So if you are, and the other thing I want this channel to be for is, quite honestly, people who are just curious about sewing or making things and just want to see what it's all about. So I hope that this will give people like just a glimpse into what sewing is really like. And a lot of it's not at the sewing machine. I mean, when I'm making a project, it might be like 20% sewing and then 80% other stuff like cutting, tracing, ironing, pressing, you know, trying to think what else is involved with sewing, you know, cutting, folding things. Like there's just a lot involved with making sewing projects that actually isn't sewing itself. All right, let me get these scissors. All right, let me change to We'll change to the, like the picture, we got a picture-in-picture thing going on here. All right, so I'm gonna do what I just told you is I'm going to be cutting these out just a little bit outside the lines, and then I'm going to cut the lining pieces just inside the lines. Like my goal is just that the main pieces are a tiny bit bigger, not noticeably bigger, but a tiny bit bigger than the lining pieces. All right, cut these out. Yeah, so I mean, this takes me a lot, and I'm pretty slow with everything. If we're being honest, I'm not fast at anything. Like when I see these projects that are like, you know, 10-minute skirts, I'm like, what the hell? It would probably take me like a whole day. So I want this to more show the reality of sewing and to show that it's really, again, I'm not that you can't do it, or like I'm not trying to be discouraging, but I just want to give people realistic expectations about what sewing actually is. Because it's not throwing fabric up in the air and then it comes down a finished item. Like that's just not how it works. All right, so we're going to cut out this fabric. And then I think I've picked out a lining fabric. I'm not 100% set on it, but I think I found a lining fabric. What I like about these fat quarter bundles is that at least it kind of takes the brain work out of coordinating the fabrics. So they're all from the same collection. So you can kind of pick whichever ones you think go together the best. But I really like this line. I think it's really cute. I think this would be great, honestly, for a kid's room. Like if you were to make some decor, or like a quilt or some other things for like a kid's room, I think it would be, I mean, this could be for adults too, but I feel like this is like not too super like little kiddish, but it's still really cute. So I really fell in love with this fabric line the first time I saw it, and I knew I had to order some for the shop. So, all right. So you can see I am not, like, I know on the sewing report, you're probably like, wow, you know, she must be really good at sewing. I would say I'm a pretty average sewist. I'm not, if I had to rate my skill level on a scale of 1 to 10, I would probably rate it like a 4. There are people that are much better than me. I have a lot of enthusiasm for sewing, but I would definitely not say I'm like a top tier. I'm not going to be on like the Great British Sewing Bee or anything like that. So we're going to be cutting this out. So yeah, so I hope this gives you a good look into my making process. I do have a lot of fun, but I figured, yeah, like if I'm just going to be making this project and sitting in my sewing room anyways, I might as well do a live stream. So we're going to try this out. I really appreciate everyone that has subscribed so far to Sewing Report Live. I know it's like always very challenging starting a new channel, but I really felt like I had to do this. And a YouTube consultant told me I definitely should not be uploading live streams to the main channel, doing live streams. So I'm like, okay. So I guess I know where to go from here. All right, and we'll save these scraps. I feel like maybe I could use these for like a tab or something like that. So, I mean, not these tiny ones, but these guys right here. All right, so we're gonna throw out some of this stuff. Got my trash can here. I've got my iron. I thought I would bust this out. I haven't used this iron in a really long time. It is cordless. I did link it in the description box. It's called the Panasonic 360 Freestyle iron. It's NIWL 600. I haven't used it in a while. It does come in handy. I like that it is cordless. So I cleaned it up last night and I thought I would try to incorporate it today. But really, any iron works fine, so don't feel like you need to spend a ton of money on an iron. All right, so I've got my main pieces cut out, and what I'm going to be doing is cutting out like an exterior pocket. So it's going to look like this on the piece, and then I'm going to put a piece of binding on the top for trim. So you'll still be able to see the zebra print, but it just has like a little pocket. So we'll give that a whirl. I'm going to try to add a D-ring. For this one, I'll be doing silver hardware. So I have a silver zipper. Oh yeah, and I need to cut off. So I need to cut off the ends of this. So we'll just trim these off. So I've already glued everything down. I use super glue just, you know, just because, I don't know, I found it pretty easy. So we're doing that. All right, here we go. All right, so we're going to cut these little tabs off. So, and I tried to link some of my supplies in the original tutorial. So this is what Sunday afternoons are like at the sewing report here. You know, I've got some water here. Let's have some water. All right, so now, all right, we're gonna throw that piece. That's just too small for anything. All right, so I've got the main pieces cut out. I love, these zebras are so super cute. So I think this fabric will be, I'm going to use this zebra print in black and cream for the D-ring tab. And then I think for the binding on my like mesh pocket. And then I think for the lining, and I'm gonna show you how to do a patch pocket as well. I think I'm going to be using this fabric. It's like navy, it's like a navy, and then it has hoof prints in different colors. I really kind of like this for the lining. Let me know what you think. I'm not dead set on it. This was my other choice for the lining, but I feel like it has too much going on, and I like that this print has like a, you know, the hoof prints. So this is a little more, I feel like this is a better match with the zebras. So I think I'm gonna go with this for the lining. So, and then I'm going, like, I might have to interface a couple of these pieces as well. So we'll see how that goes. I'm gonna need to be moving around too, and like, I've got my pressing board over on another table, so I might have to like bring it over here. So yeah, this is gonna take a while. All right, so let's cut out the lining pieces. Yeah, I should have done this last night, but I had to like take a shower and do some other stuff. So we're gonna cut the line. I know everyone's like, wow, this is like not, and if people are making it over here who don't sew, they're probably like, wow, this is taking forever. And that's the thing, this is what sewing actually is. Sewing is not all like super exciting stuff. A lot of it's like, okay, you know, you're gonna be, let's see here. A lot of it is just that like, you're gonna be cutting stuff out or ironing something, you know, so it's, a lot of it's like it's not always like super visual. So, all right, so we've got, let me trace these pieces. And these are just washers I got from Home Depot, literally. I think they're like they have about a 3/4 inch hole in them. They're pretty smooth too, so there's no like ragged edges, and they were really cheap. So I use these as pattern weights. So that's what I do. I've also got some Chicago screws that I think I'm also gonna try to make a wristlet for this project. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know. All right, so we're just, and as I mentioned before, I'm going the line so that the lining is just a tiny bit, I want the lining just to be like a tiny bit smaller than the main pieces because the lining is going to have to fit inside. All right, I feel like this pen might be, these pens last a while, but every once in a while you kind of have to get a new one. So I might, this one seems to be sort of starting. This one's lasted me for like several months. You do have to replace them every once in a while, and I do stock these in the Sewing Report Etsy shop, and my husband's coming out wondering what's going on. So, all right, so we're just gonna trace out these pieces here. Yeah, I think this pen, I might need to like open a new pen. We'll see. And I'm gonna be coming, I gotta figure out what measurements I want for my D-ring tabs and for like the pockets and stuff. So we'll figure that out together. I also might take some notes. So as I'm making something, I'll take notes to remember like what measurements I used so I can incorporate that in the tutorial videos and the instructions and stuff. So that's how I normally kind of come up with the tutorial instructions. Is I'll be like, okay, I used like a 5 by 7 inch piece of fabric, or you know, something like that. All right, here we go. Yeah, I feel like this pen. All right, I'm gonna try to open a new one. So this is the pink air. So this is an air soluble pen by Clover. I really like it. Again, you do have to get a new one every once in a while. All right, I'll be right back. Let me try to get a new pen. We'll see if that works. Okay. All right, I'm back. We're gonna try a different pen. So this is the Clover Air Erasable Marker in purple. This is a little bit thicker, so you should be able to see the lines better. So I do occasionally just open up a new one. Let's see here. Where is the opening? Here we go. I do sell, by the way, shameless plug, I do sell these in the Sewing Report Etsy shop. So if you like some of these supplies, they are available. So yeah, every once in a while you just gotta open up like a fresh one. All right, here we go. Yeah, this seems pretty good. Actually, this isn't too super thick yet either. Okay, so we're just going to trace here. And if anyone's joining in right now, welcome. This is Sewing Report Live. This is a live sewing room hangout. So make yourself comfortable, get a cup of coffee, relax, chat with other people in the chat, and just hang out as we sew on this Sunday afternoon. I am wearing my sweatpants. That's something you might not know, is that I wear sweatpants about 99% of the time. So when I'm filming videos, I'll wear like a decent shirt like I am now, and then I'm wearing sweatpants. You just can't really see them. And believe it or not, that's something a lot of TV anchors do too. I used to be a news producer, and a lot of TV anchors will wear like a suit jacket and a tie, like especially the guys, and then they would wear sweatpants on the bottom. I'm not joking. So a lot of these people just like to be comfortable. Okay, so got this piece traced out, and I got to figure out what size this pocket. So I'm going to really pimp out this version today so you can see what's possible with this pattern. So that's the whole purpose for this live stream. And every once in a while I'll be like checking the chat and everything. So sit tight if you are waiting for that. Okay, so let me trace out another piece. I'm going to move these over. So I'm going to have to maneuver a lot because this is what I normally do too, is I have to keep moving stuff around because I don't have enough space for like everything in here. Okay. And yeah, I hope everybody likes this picture-in-picture thing, so you can see me and you can see what's going on. And I got rid of my like name, graphic, just because I feel like that's hard. It's like hard for people to see everything that's going on, and you already know who I am, so it's not like that's new information. All right, so we're gonna trace here. So you can see why it takes me so long to do these videos, because I'm filming it and I'm trying to make the project at the same time. So actually, this might make the production easier if I'm like cutting down live streams. I'm not sure what would take longer, because it takes me like this latest tutorial I just put out took like a week to edit. So I mean, they're not super quick because I'm coming up with like I'm writing a script for me to voice, and then I'm trying to sort through all my footage and like actually coming up with the tutorial. So okay, so I think, all right, so now we got this traced out. Let's cut this out. So I'm going to cut the lining out just inside the lines, so my lining pieces are just a tiny bit smaller than my main pieces. I find they just fit better into the project when it's done. I don't know if you're supposed to do that, but I definitely do that. All right, so Yeah, I'm pretty slow, guys. So we're probably not going to make it over to the sewing machine for a while. Although maybe we will, because I will be making, I'm going to be doing like a little patch pocket for the line on the inside of the pouch. And yeah, I'm hoping to turn this into like a regular sewing report video later. So hopefully it works out, because especially since the audio will match up and everything like that. Hopefully the audio, yeah, I had horrible audio issues like the other night when I was doing a live stream, but I think I got it figured out. That's, you know, always there's always problems, you know, with all this technology stuff. But let me know what you like about this, if you like this new style of live stream. I'm excited. I'm really excited to do it. Well, thank you, Lisa. I wish more people would join in on the show too. If you are here, I am trying to get monetized on this channel. I need 1,000 subscribers. So if you are here, I would greatly appreciate a subscribe if you think you'll like this kind of content. And share it with your friends. Tell your sewing friends that they can come hang out with me and meet some new people in the chat. Because I really want to try to grow and contribute to the community. And I think this, you know, maybe this is my way of doing that. But I figured if I'm sewing projects and doing this anyways, you know, why not just add in the live element too? I mean, it couldn't, you know, it's actually not that much extra work, honestly, because I have to do stuff on camera for the videos anyways. This is just making it live. So you can actually join in on the process and everything like that. Yeah, Krabby Dragon, she says, I don't know if, actually, I don't know what your gender is, but it might take a while for the channel to grow like her main sewing report channel. Exactly. Like this, my expectations are pretty humble for this channel. I realize even if you have a fairly large quote-unquote main channel, a lot of people won't convert over to the new channel, and that's totally fine, especially since this isn't the type of content they necessarily subscribed for. So even if larger creators are starting a new channel, everyone's starting from scratch. So hopefully, but I do hope people discover this channel if they're just looking for something to watch. And I really want to attract a lot of non-sewists. So I just want people who are curious about sewing to check it out and see like what it's all about. So even if you're not into sewing, maybe you'll come over here just to see how things are made. So that's the whole purpose for this. The other thing I think I shared the other night in the live stream is that I think I'm going to start attempting to make and sell handmade items in the Etsy shop. That's something I haven't really tried, just as kind of an experiment. Plus, sometimes when I'm sewing projects, I'm kind of running out of people to give them to. So, but I like, that's the thing, I just like sewing. So if I like, you know, since I like sewing, maybe I figured, hey, maybe I'll try to make stuff and sell it. And then that can also be something you watch live, as, you know, as I'm making stuff to list in the Etsy shop. So, you know, figure, hey, why not? All right, so we're cutting this out. So how's everybody doing today? What's everybody up to? How was your weekend? We're gonna cut these pieces out. I know this is like this, I really should have done this last night, but you know, I just, I had some other things going on, so I just didn't, I just didn't get as much done as I would have liked. But that's okay. All right, so we're just gonna cut on this line here. Now it might be a little hard to see. Here we go. And that's another thing I've got to always think about when I'm filming these things is I'm trying to make sure everyone can see. So sometimes I'll shoot something and I'll realize it's not easy to see, or, you know, my fingers are in the way. So I've had to reshoot some stuff if I didn't feel like it was clear enough what was going on in the video. All right, so here are my lining pieces. Okay, so we got these cut out. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a patch pocket for the lining. So we'll go ahead and do that. So I might actually get to the sewing machine a little faster than I thought. So also I've got, you know what, I'll use my little, good thing is I've got a little, you know, I'll use this sort of like little makeshift pressing. So I've got a little pressing mat. I might use this a little bit just so I don't have to drag out my, my big pressing board. So we'll do that. Let me just lint roll. I keep a lint roller handy for everything. All right, so this can be my little pressing board. Okay, we'll do that. All right, so let me get a ruler out too. Let me see here. I'm trying to figure out how large. Okay, so this piece is about, this lining piece is about 10 inches by about 8 inches. So I want to create a patch pocket in the center, but I don't want it to get in the way of stitching like the seams or anything like that. Let's see how big I want. Let me get my ruler out. So I think a pocket that's around, okay, so a pocket that finishes around 7 inches. All right, so let's see, 7 inches by, I think about 7 by 4 would be good. Okay, so if you want a finished patch pocket by about 7 or 4, you're gonna have to cut a 1/2 inch bigger all around and then times it by 2 because I'm going to be, you know, it's gonna be like a double-sided thing. So it's gonna have to be about 7.5 by 4.5 times 2. So 9, so I'm gonna need to cut a piece of fabric for the patch pocket. I'm gonna get my notebook. Let me get my notes too. All right, hold on a second. All right, so it's gonna have to be about, let's see, 15 by 9. Okay, so I need let me just take some notes. So patch pocket fabric. So this is what I do with the process, is I try to figure out like my measurements for later. Okay, so about 9 by 15 inches, and that should, when I fold it in half and sew it, that should be about good, I think, yeah. So we will try that. Actually, maybe, the only thing is if I'm folding it, like if this is the pocket and I'm folding it like this, one side actually won't, yeah, actually, you know, that should still be fine. All right, we'll go with 9 by 15. All right, so now I need to cut out that fabric. So we'll do that. Let me move my water and stuff. Okay. Time to bust out the ruler. So I need to cut a piece that's 9 by 15 inches, and I'm keeping these notes for when I do the instructional stuff for the main video. Move some stuff out of the way. Yeah, I tried to get everything prepped, but that didn't work out last night. Plus I have my, believe it or not, a lot of my life revolves around taking care of my rabbit. I'm not joking. She requires, rabbits are a little bit higher maintenance than people realize. So I spend a lot of my day catering to my rabbit, which is, yeah, you're like, what the heck? All right, so let me get the ruler out and the rotary cutter. You might not be able to see quite a lot. And I will switch to, let me switch to camera 2. So we'll just do the overhead for now. All right, so I'm gonna cut, I need to move this stuff back a little bit. I almost wish this craft table was a bit bigger. That would actually be, like, I just need like a few more feet and I would be pretty good. All right, I got my rotary cutter. All right, so let's see. Do I have 9 inches? Okay, yeah, so this is pretty good for 9 inches. Okay, so, wait, actually, yeah, 9 by 15. Wait, 15. I don't have 15. Okay. Let's see here. All right, yeah. All right, so we need 15 here. All right, so yeah, I actually should just have enough fabric for this. This is going to be a little tricky to fit everything in here though. So, all right, so let's start out here. So I need to get about 15 inches. Oh man, wow, I'm just going to have literally, this is, yeah, so a fat quarter is just going to work for this. That's going to be interesting. Actually, let me chop off, this piece is getting in the way here, so we're just going to chop this off here. Okay, so yeah, I need this to be, all right, let's chop this piece off here. I'm also saving some of my salvage edges for, like, I want to do something with them. I'm not exactly sure what that is. So we'll save this salvage piece for a project. All right, so we're just going to cut this off. This is honestly what I do, and I usually do talk to myself, so this is not much different than like everyday life for me. All right, so I need about, all right, I'm gonna have to move this stuff a little bit more. All right, this is gonna go off the table. Yeah, now I'm starting to like need some space here. All right, so we need, it's about 15 inches. Actually, let me cut this. All right, so I use my ruler. Usually, I don't use the lines on my cutting mat normally, but I normally use my ruler to line up. So I'm lining up this straight edge with the line on my ruler, and I'm just gonna try to square this up. All right. All right, so now I need a piece that's, yeah, so 15 by 9. Oh wait, no. I think I'm cutting a piece that's like way too big. Hold on a second. Wait, actually, I think I just need a piece that's like, wait, so 15, I think I just need a piece that's like 4.5 inches. Okay, never mind. So I think I just need a piece that's that's like, actually, wait, let me see. I kind of want to fold it down. Okay, so 9 by 7.5. Okay, I'm totally off on that. So I think if I just do 9 by 7.5, I would be good. Yeah, okay, actually, yes, my math was totally off. So 9 by 7.5, that was silly. All right, so, and then because I only need to fold it, I was kind of thinking I needed to fold it in half twice for some reason. Because I was like, that's way big. Okay, so we're going to cut a piece that's 9 by 7.5. Okay, yeah, that makes way more sense. Okay. All right, so, okay, actually, you have a pretty good piece left over from your fat quarter here then. So you could use this for something else if you wanted to. All right, so I need 9 inches. So I've got a piece that's 7.5, and then I need 9, and then I should be good. Okay. Okay, yeah, that makes so much more sense, honestly. All right, now because my ruler only goes to like 8.5, I am gonna use my lines on the cutting mat for this. So I'm starting off at 10. All right, so here's 10 on my cutting mat, and then I need to go to 19 here. Okay, so there we go. And then I'll still use my lines on my ruler to like match up with the fabric just to make sure it's good, and it seems pretty okay. Okay, so we're cutting the patch pocket, so I need, yeah, 9 by 7.5. Okay. All right, so we've got a piece of fabric that is 9 inches by 7.5. And to create this patch pocket, I'll basically be sewing these 3 edges and then flipping it right side out. So it'll create a little pocket that I can attach to the lining. All right, so, but you're gonna need to take your piece and fold it in half this way. So the right sides will be together, and then you'll like leave an opening for turning here, and then you'll be sewing like around here and then turning that, and then we'll be turning this into a like patch pocket. So let me get the iron on. We'll just sort of fold this together. I will use a little Elmer's washable school glue to baste this. So, yeah, so I'm going to mark where I'm not going to be sewing. So I will not sew like from here, like to, let's just say to here. So this is the part I won't be sewing. So I need to leave an opening to turn this right side out. So you'll be sewing from here to here, and then from here to here. Okay, oh, let me turn the steam on my iron off. Okay. So hopefully this helps everybody. If you have any questions, let me know in the chat. All right, so we'll just be, so we may actually get to the sewing machine pretty soon. I am kind of surprised. So I'm just gonna press this. And using my school glue, I'm just gonna, instead of using pins or basting, I usually use like a tiny bit of glue just to secure it. All right, here we go. So about right here. And I do also sell these fine tip bottles in the Sewing Report Etsy shop as well. I use mine all the time because I glue baste like a mofo, for real. Okay, so got our patch pocket ready to go here. All right, guys, we can actually go over to the sewing machine. Like, we're almost an hour in, and I might actually start sewing now. So let me get the sewing machine camera ready, and then we'll head over there, and we're going to be sewing this little patch pocket. Okay, so we're over at the sewing machine. This is the Juki DDL 8700. I'm going to be doing about a 2.5 inch stitch length and a 1/4 inch seam allowance, just standard 1/4 inch seam allowance. And you do want to back stitch at the beginning and end. Hopefully everyone can see everything. So we'll be doing some back stitching, and then this portion here is where we'll be skipping because this is our opening for turning. So let's get started. You can see how slow I really am, a sewist. I do like the sewing machine. It's got an automatic knee lifter, which I use a lot. It's very nice. All right, so let's back stitch a little bit. This is like literally real-time sewing here. This is, I can't believe we actually made it to the sewing machine. So when you get to the corner here, you'll try to judge the best you can at what a 1/4 inch is. I think about one more stitch. All right, there we go. And then leave your needle down and pivot. It's a little, that's actually a little, oh, and actually my stitch length was a little bit off, but that's okay. So I'm gonna need to move it back a little bit. There we go. Let's try this. So I try to make it so that I'm actually at a 1/4 inch. Okay, this is probably a little bit closer. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is about a 1/4 inch. So keep the needle down, but like use this to pivot, and then kind of eyeball it and figure out where a 1/4 inch is. Corners can be a little tough. I do have a video on the Sewing Report all about doing corners and curves, so if you want to check that. So now here is the part where you're not going to be sewing. So I'm going to back stitch again, and then I'm going to lift my needle up, get the presser foot, and then I'm going to move over to the part where I'm going to start sewing again. So I skipped over that whole section there. So now keep sewing, but you're also going to want to back stitch here. So back stitch at all of the start and stopping points, because otherwise your threads will, like your thread will, when you're turning this, if you don't do this, the thread will just come apart because there's nothing keeping it, you know, locked in place. All right, so about one more stitch. Let's see here. All right, I need a little bit more leeway here. All right, so I think this is about good. So I keep the needle down, pivot. All right, and then finish this, and you will backstitch again here. And this machine has a little lever to backstitch. All right, so, and then I will also, just use my little snips here to trim all the threads. Another low rent sewing tip is to keep like a disposable cup or something. Like I use that as my thread catcher. So I'm gonna trim my threads and put it in this cup, and then when this gets a little more full, I'll just empty it out. So I just use some real cheap stuff here. All right, so now let's head back over to the sewing table, and we will get this pocket in shape. Okay, and we are back. All right, let me get camera 2 on. So here's what we have now. This is going to be a patch pocket. So you have sewn up and partly through this long side, and then continued and then back down. So this is going to be how you turn this pocket right side out. So I'm going to put it on my little pressing table here. Let me just, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit here. There we go. Yeah, oh yeah, we got this technology here. So what I'm gonna do is, there we go. Just to get this started, I'm going to finger press this, just so that when I do turn this right side out, I have an easier time tucking this edge in. So we'll do this on both sides. And just press it, give it a quick press. Now I am going to trim these corners just to eliminate bulk at these corners here. So I'll just trim these a little bit, there we go, like this. And hey, if I mess up too, you'll see that. So if I have any screw ups, you'll be able to see that too. So that should be fun. All right, here we go. All right, so here are my little, I'm gonna throw these guys out. Okay. Get my, yeah, I use the lint roll. If you don't have like 8 lint rollers, you're not truly living. Lint rollers are the greatest thing ever. All right, so now we can turn this right side out. So here's the opening. And oh, let me get my other low rent sewing tip. I have my chopstick here. So I'm going through the opening, just turn this right side out, and you'll need something to poke out all the corners. So I use a chopstick that I got for free from like Publix or something. So, oh, and Jamie's here. Welcome, Jamie. All right. Oh, Jamie, the sewing machine is a Juki DDL8700. It is linked in the description box if you want to see what it's like. You can get it on Amazon, but I would recommend checking out a Juki dealership, just because I've heard that, you know, obviously when you buy stuff from Amazon, you don't really get any customer support. So there are a lot of Juki dealerships out there. So you can check that out. You know, I got mine from like a local dealer. So I haven't had any issues yet, but I don't know what's going to happen if I need to get this thing serviced. All right, so I'm using these chopsticks just to poke out the corners. These actually look pretty good so far. So we're going to do that, and you're also going to want to press this patch pocket just so that it's got like a better, I'm going to try to get this into better shape here. So use this. Don't poke too hard because you can actually poke right through your stitches. I've done that, so that's less than fun. All right, so you got all 4 corners here. So this is just how you make, and you could really put a patch pocket on any pattern with a lining. You just have to, as I had done earlier, you just have to determine what size you want the pocket to be and then do the math to figure out how, you know, what size fabric you need to cut. Basically just double the size of what you actually want. All right, and I've got a loose thread here. We'll deal with that. Loose threads are fun. All right, so I'm going to press this. So you can see I'm trying to press out the corners pretty well here, using my fingers, and I'll also use the iron. So we'll do that. All right, this is actually not looking too bad here. The one thing about the Juki, for everyone asking about the industrial machine, I do find it I'm a little more reluctant to switch thread colors just because it's a little bit more work to rethread and everything. So that's the one thing I would say about the industrial, is that it's a little more work to change out your thread. So that's, you know, less than fun. All right, so you can see I've got these little ends tucked in here, and this matches up pretty well. And I'm actually going to be putting this on the bottom of the patch pocket. Yeah, I think I'll put this on the bottom of the patch pocket. So we'll be sewing this up. So this will be, yeah, okay. So, but you can see that here's the ends tucked in here, the little extra fabric. So I'm going to try to line this up the best I can with you want this to be pretty straight across the edge here. So I'm going to iron this again, and I'm also going to be using some glue to glue base to this. Okay, so this actually, yeah, and I need to cut, this edge isn't quite, it's a little curved in, so I'm trying to press this out a little bit more so you can see that I have a little more ways to go here. Okay, that looks a little bit better, I think. So I'm just going to take some glue and just put a little glue here. And then this will keep it in place until I sew it down. So we'll actually be going back to the sewing machine again fairly soon. So we'll just glue base this, hit it with the dry iron. I'm not using any steam or anything. All right, let me put my scissors away. I gotta keep trying to like stay organized here. It's hard. So this is let me get my lining piece out. So this will be the back lining piece. So now I just have to figure out where I want this on the piece. Let's see here. So what I'm going to do, this is sort of my hack to like line things up. I'm just going to take my lining piece and fold it in half the long way like this. Press it with the iron so I have like a fold line here. So I'm going to do that. And then I'll do the same thing with the patch pocket. So the place I glue basted is going to be down on the bottom because I'm going to be sewing that part shut. So I'm going to fold this in half and press it. I think I'll also add I think I'm also going to add a sewing report label too. So we'll do that as well. All right, so now this is, again, this isn't super exact, so I'm just going to take the patch pocket and match up. So I'm just going to match up my center lines, and that's how this is how I'm going to put the pocket on. So yeah, so you pretty much just match up these center lines, so like this, and then that's how you find the center. And then you can determine how high up or how far down you want. You do need to make sure you keep this seam allowance area clear. So you can't have it like way up here because you're going to be sewing here. So it just has to be a little bit more, you know, you need to give it clearance on all sides. That's why I didn't make the pocket like the whole way. You need to give clearance for sewing the seams. All right, so let me give out my label. We're going to add a label too. So I have a bunch of these, so we'll just add one of these guys. So I do, because I do want I do want a handmade by Sewing Report thing here. So I'm going to add this. I think I'm going to put the pocket around here, and then I'll put the label maybe right here. So maybe, or should I put it on? Should I put it on the pocket itself? Actually, I might. Maybe we could do that. What do you think? Should I put it, let me know. Should I put the label on the pocket or on the lining? Let me know. And these Dutch Label Co. sent these to me like a while ago. I totally forgot about them, but I have them. And they're real cute. They're woven. They're like gold and cream. I think they're very classy looking. But yeah, let me know, should I put the, I kind of want to put it on the pocket, so maybe we'll do that. So my other way, I'll do the same thing. I'll just fold this label in half to find the center point, and then I'll just put it on here like this. Okay, here we go. So yeah, I think I'll put it on the, I kind of like it on the pocket, so we'll do that. And I'm actually gonna also use the glue to like, I'm also gonna use the glue to hold that down temporarily, so we'll do that. I use glue for everything, so, okay, sorry, I think my head, that happens to me a lot while filming. My head will be in the way because I'm, you know, too far over. All right, so we will do that. Ah, okay. And we'll put the pocket, we'll put this about here. Okay, so we'll do this, and then I'm just gonna let this dry for like a minute, and then I'll go back and we'll sew this to the pocket. How about that? I think this looks okay. It doesn't have to be like super, again, it doesn't have to be like ridiculously perfect. Don't worry too much about that. Okay. Yeah, so you can see how long it takes me to make stuff like in real time. It's not quick. I don't just throw fabric up in there and it comes down a finished project. Okay, so I think this looks okay. So we're gonna go back to the sewing machine. We'll get the sewing machine camera on, and then we will sew this down. We'll first sew this down to the pocket. Okay, let me just, yeah, we'll just use the iron real quick. Oh, okay, well that didn't work out too well. Okay, all right, I might need to clean my iron a little bit. Okay, let me turn the iron off. Wow, okay, that did not. All right, this kind of ruined my label. Okay, maybe don't iron this. Okay, lesson learned. Let me throw this one away. We're gonna have to get a new one out here. Okay, well that was not what I expected. Okay, so let me get another one out. I guess you're not really supposed to iron that. I'm gonna have to clean the iron too. All right, so yeah, I put it about here. Okay, so let me get more glue here. All right, so maybe you're not supposed to iron these labels. I'm not really sure. Okay, so we're gonna put some glue on this label. Okay, oh, let me get back to the, all right, we're not here yet. All right, this multicam setup is actually pretty cool. It took me a while to set everything up, and my husband helped me a lot. He's currently gaming, so he's got his own world going on. All right, so we'll put this back. All right, yeah, this, yeah, I'm definitely gonna need to clean off the iron. I'm gonna get some paper towels too, probably. So we'll do that. We'll let this sit for a minute. Okay. All right, oh, I think that, wow, that focus, something's going on with the camera focus. I'm not really sure what's going on here. Okay. So we'll let this sit for a minute. Yeah, like look at this. You can see the like label imprint on the iron. So we're gonna have to like, this iron is off now, so we're gonna have to like clean that up in a second. All right, so we'll go back to the sewing machine and we'll sew this onto the pocket. And the glue dries clear. You can also wash it out. So the thing I like about the Elmer's washable school glue is that it doesn't hurt anything. All right, so I'm just using the glue to sort of keep it in place. And then I normally, with the labels, like to start on the bottom and then try to get fairly close. Try to get fairly close to the edge, and then I just sort of eyeball it. So it's not super exact. I'm like, okay, so this is about good. And keep your needle down and pivot when you need to turn the corner. Okay. And I just try to get like fairly, oh, okay, I went a little too far here. Here we go. Okay, all right. And notice I'm going fairly slow. I have this set on like 350 stitches a minute. It can go way faster, but I just don't do that. All right, and you can always pick up your presser foot and like move the project to the spot you actually want the needle to go down. All right. Okay. And then when I get to the starting point where I, started the stitch line, I will overlap it a bit just so that the stitches lock in place. So that is how I sew labels on. Again, I'm not super exact with the placement. I just sort of eyeball it and it works okay. All right, so notice I stitched, so there's a few overlapping stitches. All right, there we go. And then I will just trim the threads here. So I use my snips and then I just trim as close as I can to the project. Okay, here we go. Okay, this got a little, this got stuck in the stitches. Okay, and then I just have my cup here. Yeah, this is your guy. You're like, wow, this chick has a YouTube channel. What the heck? I know. And that's why I wanted to show this to you, so you can see like my everyday life is like here in the sewing room is pretty, fairly ordinary. All right, so this is the patch pocket, and we're gonna go back over to the sewing table and do some more stuff. Oh, I need to trim. There's a little bit of a tail here. We'll just trim this off. Okay. And these are by Ginger. I actually really like Ginger cutting stuff. I own a lot of the, not sponsored at all. So I'm sad though because their rotary cutter is discontinued, and that's my favorite rotary cutter of all time. So now we will sew down the patch pocket to the lining. All right, we're back over at the sewing table here. So the next thing we'll do, oh yeah, I need to, let's see how hot this iron is. Okay, it's still pretty hot. I'm gonna get a paper towel real quick, just in case I need them. Let me get some paper towels. That's why I really like this microphone too, so I can still keep talking and you can still see me and everything, or hear me at least. Okay, my bunny is taking it. Also, the rabbit is taking a nap and she's totally messed up her bed, so that's fun too. All right, so I'm gonna take some paper towels and try to clean off this iron a little bit. I do have some iron cleaner anyways, but this shouldn't hurt anything, it's just glue. All right, let's see. All right, so the next thing we'll do, actually I might use the Sew Tights magnets, which by the way, the Sew Tights magnets are like one of the most popular items in the Etsy shop. I've been sold out for a while, but I just got some more today. So if you've been looking for the Sew Tights magnets, they'll be back in stock like later tonight. I just have to like add them to the I just have to bring back the listing again. So I might actually use these magnets to hold this patch pocket in place. All right, so we got the label sewn on. So I'm using the center, since I folded this in half. Now let me switch the cameras again. Okay. So since I folded this in half, I'm just gonna line this up with the center point here, and this should be, like, it's not gonna be perfect, but it's gonna be okay. All right, let's put this about right in the middle. Okay, so instead of using pins or even glue, I'm gonna use the Sew Tights magnets to hold this here. Okay, so I use these a lot with embroidery, but I haven't actually used them a lot with just sewing projects. So these are nice because it's not going to leave holes in your fabric. It's also super easy and like not messy at all. So, all right, here we go. So let's try this out. I haven't actually really used these for this purpose. So I figured, hey, why not? Krabby Dragon, I'm using Glide 40 weight tri-lobo thread, which is also in the Sewing Report Etsy shop. So I have like a variety pack with a bunch of colors, and it's on sale for like $28 right now. So if you are interested in that, I do have a few bundles, so you can get a few different colors. I really like the thread. It's very popular with quilting, but I really like it in general. I just like the thread. I'm not sure why. All right, so we'll put another magnet here. So these will actually keep the pocket in place, see, as I'm sewing. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, so you can use the magnets for a lot of things. I personally use them a lot for embroidery. So I'll use the magnets when I'm floating water-soluble topper in the embroidery hoop, over the embroidery hoop, like if I'm doing towels or something. So it's really good for that. All right, so this, yeah, no pins here. So I'm gonna go back. Yeah, I'm actually spending some more time at the sewing machine. Who knew? All right, so we will go back there and we'll sew this down. So to sew the pocket on, you're basically going to sew from here down along the bottom and then up the side, of course leaving this part open since it is a pocket. And I am going to reinforce these sections a bit. I'm probably going to sew like a little rectangle or something, just because I've noticed that if you don't, like, these pockets can sort of like bow out. So I'm probably going to do like a little more stitching up at the top corners here, just to keep these pockets, you know, a little more stable. But I just use the, so you can see, I use the center points just to figure it out. And then I just eyeballed where I wanted it to be. But, you know, the good thing about this print is that it's not really a directional print, so kind of anything goes and it still works. All right, so let's go back over to the sewing machine. Okay, here we are. So, and I've got like my little, this is an off-brand like foot set I got off of Amazon or something. So it was not real, it was pretty cheap. I think it was like 20 bucks for a bunch of feet and some other stuff. All right, so we're just gonna, I'm gonna do quite a bit of back stitching here. All right, and I'm sewing about 1/8 of an inch seam allowance here. All right, so, and like, look how easy it is to add a pocket to whatever. You can add a pocket to shirt, you can add a pocket to like pants, whatever you want to do. You can really add this pretty easily. All right, so I'm gonna back stitch a little bit. Okay, because I just want more reinforcement here. All right, so we're just gonna sew. Yeah, these magnets are a little bit heavy, but they do work pretty well. They seem to be working pretty well. All right, and I hope you can see what I'm doing. I'm going pretty slow. I'm gonna stop at the corner here. All right, so I probably need like, let me see. And I always check, all right, so you see there's a little extra space here. I need about one more stitch here. And notice I did do quite a bit of back stitching when I started. All right, so here we go. Okay, so this should be about good. I'm gonna move this back just a little bit. Okay. So I'm putting my needle down, stopping, lifting the presser foot, and then turning the whole project here. I'm also going to take this opportunity to just clip these threads just so they're not in the way. Okay. Hopefully we can get like one pouch done today. I don't know. But I am adding all these extras. So I want to show you, I just really wanted to show what else. Okay. This is, there we go. Is this getting stuck? Ah. Okay, I feel like this is getting stuck. All right, let me get, all right, here we go. I feel like this got stuck. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, that corner is a little messy, but that'll be okay. I wanted to show you just all you could do with this pattern and to really make it your own. So we're going down the bottom here, 1/8 inch seam allowance. My stitch length is about 2.5 again. Okay. So we're gonna slow down as you get to the corner. Okay, and then let's see here. Yeah, so you see there's quite a bit of space there, so I need like one more stitch. All right. Okay, so I got one more stitch, and I can really feel the bulk there too. Yeah, this corner's a little messy, but that's okay. All right, and I'm gonna hand crank just to sort of get myself out of this corner. Okay. And I apologize, I can't see the chat right now, so I honestly don't know what everyone's saying. You could be saying anything, I have no idea. All right, so we're getting up towards the top, and I'm just gonna back stitch a few stitches. Okay, and then I'm gonna keep stitching. So at least there's like triple reinforcement at these top corners. Okay, and that's it. So let's head back over here. I'm also going to need to cut a tab for the D-ring, and then we'll also work on our mesh pocket. So we'll do that next. And if you're just joining, you can see the full, like, edited, curated tutorial for this super simple everyday pouch on the main Sewing Report channel. All right, so let me show you what we got now. All right, here we go. Wow, and we're about an hour 20 into this. I'll go for a while. Like, I don't know. I honestly don't know how long I'll go, as long as I can. I mean, okay, so let me take the magnets off. These are a little hard to get off. Okay, they do have different magnet strengths too. So if you have arthritis or some, you know, if you have hand issues and you don't want to, you know, have such strong magnets, they do have like a lighter weight version. So those are a little easier to handle. So, okay, so here is our, so this is the back lining piece. And when this glue dries, you won't really be able to see it. But if you wanted to, you could just wash that away. So that would be pretty easy to do. So you don't really have to worry too much about it. So this is the back lining piece. This will be the front lining piece. So now what we'll work on is, we're going to create a mesh pocket for the front. Now, I'm not sure. All right, I think I'll have this be the front piece. I sort of like the placement of the zebras a little bit better on this piece versus this piece. So we'll have this be the front of the pouch. So I haven't decided like what. So basically the front pocket will be like around here. So I need to base this down, and then I'm also going to add some binding. So we'll do that. So the first thing I need to do is I'm going to, all right, cut a little bit. I'm going to cut this just so it's a little bit more, just so that it's not quite, you know, because I don't need this other, I cut enough for two. So there we go. We'll just cut this. And this is by Annie Mesh. I actually might list some in the Etsy shop. I still have a bunch of it. I have like a big roll of it. So if you are interested, let me know in the chat or the comments that you are interested in the mesh, and I might sell some smaller cuts of it. You know, like a half yard or a yard. This is pretty lightweight. It's pretty easy for me to ship, so that wouldn't be like too big of a deal. So I'm gonna start. I gotta figure out what and. Okay, this is another way. So when you figure out how far down you want the pocket to be, I would just like fold this, literally just like fold this in half and press it. And then you have a fold line that you can use. Okay, is this still on? I'm not even, all right, it's still very hot. The iron is actually off. So I'm gonna use this fold line as a determination for where this pocket will go. All right, so I'm gonna line this up. And then I'll just, okay, oh, this piece, actually there's a little piece that's a little wonky here, like this area, but once I get the pouch stitched up, you actually won't be able to see it, so it should be okay. So that's not too bad. All right, and I can actually, all right, so I'm gonna cut away some of the extra. I am going to leave a little bit of excess just until I'm done basting everything. So we'll cut off this little piece here. Yeah, this is cool. I'm making like a real-time sewing report video, and I get to do a live stream. So cool. All right, so this mesh is like slightly stretchy. You also want, like, it has sort of like a honeycomb pattern. You want the honeycombs to be like kind of going up and down because it sort of stretches this way. It doesn't really stretch this way. All right, so I need to make some binding for the top. So this is going to have some binding here. So that's the next thing we will do. I also need to probably interface a little piece of fabric for the D-ring tab. So we'll be doing that. All right, let's move this out of the way for a second. So I'm going to be using a bias, I have some tape maker, bias tape maker. Let me show you this. Okay, so this is a bias tape maker. This makes a 1-inch single fold bias tape, and then when you fold it in half again, it'll be a 1/2 inch. So I usually cut fabric strips about 1 3/4 inches wide. So 1.75 inches. So this is the bias tape maker. You can get these a lot of places. I think I got this at like Hobby Lobby or something. All right, let me take these away again. So I think for the binding piece, let me get my fabric back here. All right, I need to organize some of these pieces, guys. It'll happen. Ah. I like to use this this cream and black stripy fabric. I just think that would be a good accent for the binding. All right, so let's move some of this stuff out of the way. Yeah, I feel like I need a place for some of this fabric. We're just gonna sort of like, I'm just sort of like gonna drape it, I'm just gonna sort of drape it off the edge of this table. So that, yeah, I don't know. Actually, you know what? Let's fold this in half. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with all this stuff. All right, we're gonna fold everything in half. I'm just trying to get this like kind of out of the way. All right, so we'll just sort of fold this and then we'll put it, this will be out of sight, hopefully. All right, so, and if you're joining us now, this is what we're trying to get to. So this is the super simple everyday pouch. I'm just adding some more embellishments to mine. So to show you how to jazz up the pouch. That's sort of the purpose here. All right, and something just fell off my table. So that's fun. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna I think I'm gonna move all of this stuff to another table. Well, give me 1 second here. We'll do that instead. Okay. So now we have, this is gonna be like our accent fabric. Okay. So I need to cut a 1 1/4 inch strip of this. And I actually like to cut from the back side. I find it kind of easier to see. All right, so let me get my ruler out again. Yeah, and I'm always like getting stuff out and then putting it away and then all that stuff. All right, so I'm going to cut a 1 1/4 inch strip and then we'll be creating our binding here. Okay, so we'll do this. Okay. So I'm first creating just a straight edge to work off of here. All right, so this is my straight edge, and then I need to cut about a 1 3/4 inch, so 1.75. So I'm using that marking line on my ruler here. And all right, so here's about 1 3/4 inches or 1.75 inches. So we'll cut another strip here. And then I also, actually I can, I'm trying to figure out how much I need to cut for the D-ring. So I have D-rings that are 1 inch. And typically when I make D-ring tabs, it's gonna be about 4 times the width of this. So probably like probably at least 3.5 to 3.75 inches. And then I fold it in half and then fold it in half again. So I'm gonna be cutting that out of the same fabric. And then I just need it to be like maybe like 4 inches. So maybe, yeah, like a 4 by 3.75 inch piece. I need this interfaced because this needs some stability. Yeah, so we'll do that. We'll do that. All right, so we've got our strip here. And let me get another, all right, so, and actually, you know what? I'm gonna cut even more than that. I also think I wanna make a wristlet. So I also have this swivel clasp with a lobster opening here. So I'm going to make a matching wristlet for this item. And this is also 1 inch, so probably another thing that's like, so this should be about good enough for a wristlet. This is about 22 inches long, something like that. Okay, so let's try this. And then I need a little bit extra for the tab. So I'll just cut 3 7/5 inches now for the wristlet. So we'll try that. Okay. And then I need to cut another strip for, yeah, I need like 1 little square piece, so we'll do that. Okay, so we'll cut this. Hey, we're getting all our fabric cutting out of the way here. Okay, so this is going to be for the wristlet strap. So I'm hoping to also show that as a demonstration so you can attach it to the pouch so you can make a wristlet. And I was actually inspired to make this pouch because I've noticed a lot of really high-end designers sell their own version of this pouch for like $800, and it's made, you know, like, so like Louis Vuitton has one, Gucci has one that's like $800 or something. This one costs a lot less than that because you're making it yourself, but it's a very functional item, and I really wanted to do my own tutorial for it. So that's kind of where the inspo came from. All right, so I just need 1 more little piece that's like, yeah, so I need a piece that's like, yeah, we'll cut a piece that's like 3 and so about 3.7. We'll do 4 inches just to be safe. So this is going to be for the D-ring tab. All right, so we'll cut this piece. Okay, yeah, so we'll do 4 inches just to be safe, but I probably won't need that much. All right, let me get this out of the way here. All right, everything's blowing around too because, yeah. All right, let me put this back. Okay, so now we have, this is going to be our D-ring tab. This is going to be a wristlet. Yeah, I know. It's hard to see what this is going to come together as, but we'll get there. But the first thing we need to do is, let me get the ironing pad back, and then we're going to make some like bias tape. So we'll do that. All right, so so here's my bias tape maker. And let's see, it'll actually be easier if you have, it's easier when you start with an angle. So let me just cut this at an angle. All right, so we'll do that. Cut this at an angle here. This will make it just easier to work with overall. All right, and then I'll use a pin. Let me get some pins out. All right, so here is the bias tape maker, and you need to like sort of like finagle this into the tape maker. And if you turn it over on the other side, you can use a pin to sort of draw it out here. Here we go. So I'll use a pin. Okay. Oh, thank you, Crabby Dragon. You ordered the thread from my Etsy shop. Thank you so much. Yeah, it will work for standard machines. It is 40 weight, so you probably want to use like a 90, is a size 80 or 90 needle. It is good for like quilting. It's good for like, I'm using it for regular sewing. All right, so let me try to get this in here. For everyone watching, welcome to Sewing Report Live. This is live from the sewing room. This is real-time sewing. This is not a TikTok where everything happens by magic. This is, I'm trying to show what sewing actually is. So we are doing everything you know, real time, and it's pretty, normally sewing is kind of slow. So that's what we're trying to do here. And I want this to be a place where you can chat with people, meet people, have fun, hang out. All right, so let me get my iron here. So I've kind of got it through the tip here, and then as you pull it through the tape maker, you'll need to iron it like this. So keep the iron here, and then notice I'm sort of pulling it out slowly and then ironing it as it comes out. So this is how you make, like, this is a bias tape maker, but obviously this is not cut on the bias. You really don't need bias tape unless you are going around curves. But since this is just a straight edge, this will work. And I'm making, this is like binding for this mesh pocket. So that's what we're doing here. Okay. Oh, thank you, Lisa, for the Etsy order. I really appreciate that. And after I finish the live stream, I will be packing up orders then and mailing them out tomorrow. I really try to ship out. I know the mail can be a little unpredictable, but I really try to ship everything out the next day whenever I can. So barring any emergencies, your order should be shipped fairly quickly. All right, so we're gonna keep making bias tape here. Yeah, and if you enjoy this, tell your other sewing friends that I do this. I would love to have more people join in. This is a new channel. My main channel, The Sewing Report, I've been doing for 7 years, but I really wanted to do live sewing and kind of create more of a community vibe. So that's what this channel is going to be for. I will also be doing my like sewing news updates. So if I'm talking about any industry stuff, or, you know, the other night I did a live stream talking about the Ditto pattern projector, which I don't think I'll be ordering because you can't use it without the app. So that I find kind of annoying. All right, so we're just going slow here. Yeah, this is not like a fast process, guys. It takes me forever to make something. But I also am thinking about, starting to make and sell some handmade items just for fun. And because I do a lot of sewing and I'm running out of like recipients to give things to. So I figured, hey, if I'm making things, maybe I'll try to sell them. We'll see how it goes. And it'll give me some new experiences that I can share for the Etsy shop. I do, you know, I sell supplies now, but I think selling handmade items will give me a different perspective. All right, so now we have, this is single fold bias tape. So this is what the tape maker creates. Double fold bias tape is basically this, but it's just folded in half. So that's what we're gonna do now. So we'll just take this and fold it in half. And that's pretty much all it is. See, here we go. So I'm just going to fold this in half here. I'm not sure if I'll use glue basting for the mesh pocket just because I don't think the glue will really adhere to the mesh very well. Plus I feel like it could melt with the iron, so I don't think I'll be doing that. So here's how you create double fold bias tape or binding tape. I guess this is more binding tape at this point because it's not cut on the bias. So if you're not familiar, bias tape is anything that's cut on the diagonal. This fabric was not cut on the diagonal, so this is more just standard like binding tape. So that's what we're making here. All right, here we go. We're almost done. I think I'm going to use the clips for this next part. All right, so, all right, this is done. I think it looks pretty good. So this is the binding tape we'll be putting on this pocket here. Let me get rid of this pressing mat here. Okay, so this next step, so this is how it's going to look on the front of the pouch. And what I'm going to do is just, obviously we don't really want this raw edge because it doesn't look very pretty. So I'm going to be sandwiching the mesh in between here. So I'm going to use the clips. Okay, yeah, I think that'll work best for sewing. So I'll use the clips here. And we're going to use that to keep this in place while we sew this. So There we go. So all I'm doing is putting this in, literally just sandwiching this in the middle. And then clipping it in place. And then I'll just be going back to the sewing machine and stitching a line about right here. To keep it. Go. Okay. And I'll probably be switching to about a 3.0 stitch length just because this is more top stitching. So it's, you know, you want it to be nice looking. So we'll be doing a 3.0 stitch length. Oh, thank you, Lisa. Thank you very much for everyone for the Etsy orders. I greatly appreciate it. As a small independent YouTuber who doesn't even have any sponsors. So I really greatly appreciate that. That's why this video is sponsored by my own Etsy shop. Okay. So let's go over to the sewing machine and then we will, and actually I could probably cut off. So right now I'm going to cut off this extra. I'm obviously not going to need it. Plus it just sort of gets in the way. So we'll just take some scissors and cut this off. Okay, so this is about, and I can use this, I don't have quite enough for another one, but I can use this for something else. So whatever that is, I'm not sure. Okay. All right, let me just make sure everything's cool here. All right. I always kind of get up in my head about this stuff. All right, so it's time to go back over to the sewing machine. I need some more water. Okay, back to camera 3 here. I love this multicam setup. This is like the greatest thing ever. All right, back to the sewing machine here. Okay, so I'm going to be lengthening my stitch length. It's currently at 2.5. I'm going to set this at 3.5. All right, and then I'm going to be starting off. I have this like real skinny foot on here, and that's great because it's good for top stitching. You don't really need to back stitch here because this is going to be sewn into the project anyways, so it's really not necessary. You can, but you don't really have to. And then remove the clips as you sew. So I'm just going to be, there we go, getting in here. All right. Hopefully this video or live stream is helpful. And if you would like to see more of an edited version, I have a basic tutorial right now on the main Sewing Report channel where you can see me sew a basic version of this pouch. But I just thought it would be fun to do this live today and do a little bit more with it. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, I do wish I had a walking foot on here right now, but that's my ride or die sewing foot, but I kind of need this skinny foot now. And plus for parts of this pouch, it will be hard to sew with the walking foot on. So that's why I've got these feet on. Thinking this doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. Yeah, you can see how slow I am. I know in the videos you're like, wow, that didn't take any time at all, but the reality of it is that some of these projects take me a really long time to make, and they're not quick at all. Like, I mean, it's quick, but filming and sewing the project is not quick. Okay. Actually, glue would have been good, but because I am getting a little bit of shifting here, but I don't think the glue would have really stuck well to the mesh fabric because it's polyester. The glue works best for fabrics that are natural, like cotton or linen. Rayon it'll work okay on too, but the glue basting trick just doesn't work very well with polyester thread. Okay, so now here we go. This is all done, and again, you don't have to backstitch for this because everything's going to get like sewn in, so it's really not necessary to backstitch right now. All right, so we've got this all done. Let me just trim these threads here. Okay. All right, my top stitching could have been better, but it'll be all right. Like, yeah, and I think it's because I used the skinny foot and I don't have a walking foot. Like if I have a walking foot, my top stitching is a little bit better, but hey, at least you're getting the idea. But for this section, yeah, using a walking foot may help. I could also use basting tape as well. That might have helped too. I did just order some basting tape to try out. So if I like it, I'll be maybe featuring it in a future video or a live stream and showing it to you because that might be kind of cool. All right, so we're going back here. All right, so here's what we have now. Okay, so I mean, it doesn't look, I think my top stitching could be better. Again, the walking foot, plus if I glue basted something, I think it would look a little bit better. So here is the mesh fabric sandwiched in, here is the mesh fabric sandwiched in between my binding strip. So this is going to be placed on top of my main front panel of the pouch. And I've already folded this down, so I'm going to use this fold line here to line up the pocket. Okay, yeah, that definitely could have looked better, but hey, it's not going to be super visible. All right, so I'm going to line this up here. All right, so there's also this part that's a little bit distorted, so I'm going to try to put this a little over to the side. I think I am going to use pins for this part. Yeah, I think we'll do that. All right, so I'm going to use some pins for here. I think it would make the most sense. So we'll do that. Let me get out the pins. Yeah, we're using everything today. Everything is coming out. And again, here's some more items. I do sell this in the Sewing Report Etsy shop as well. I know everything's a plug for the Etsy shop. These are magic pins, but they have a flat head. They're extra fine. I find they don't really leave holes in the fabric, and I really like them. All right, so I'm just going to use, I'm lining up. Oh, wait, and I also want to do like a center. Actually, maybe I was going to do like a split pocket, but I think I'm not going to do that because this item is fairly small. So you could actually put like some, if you're carrying this around as like a clutch or something, you could put some like papers in here. You could put anything. So I'm using this fold line here, and I'm going to just line this up here like this. And then I'm going to pin this into place, and I'm going to baste. I'm going to be basting this to the front piece. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to be basting this. So let me put a couple pins in here to keep this here. Okay. And I will be removing pins as I go. And I hope this is helpful if you just saw the everyday pouch and you are thinking about making it. Hopefully this gives you some ideas on all the possibilities for it, because I think it is a really cool basic pattern. And I'm really trying to focus on beginner-friendly sewing projects over on the main channel. I think there's a lot of people that would enjoy sewing and could enjoy sewing, but they don't really know much about it. So that's why I do the channel, is to try to introduce more people to sewing because I like it a lot. Okay, so, oh, and actually we'll be doing, yeah, this, I actually got to think about this because, all right, so I want the D-ring. All right, so I think I'll have enough clearance for the D-ring. I may need to move this down a little bit, actually more. So I'm going to be putting the D-ring on this. Actually, I could put the D-ring on the back side. I could, all right, yeah, maybe. So I think that'll work. So I got to leave about 1/4 inch for the seam allowance up here. I also need space here for the D-ring. I think this will just about clear. So I'm going to have the, like, my hope is that the D-ring is like here. Let me see if this works. Okay, yeah, I think this will be okay. Yeah, so I think the D-ring placement will be all right. So I think this is good. But I did, you know, this is why I have to like think about these things, because if I'd put this pocket up higher, this wouldn't really fit. So, okay, so let's go back to the sewing machine. I'm going to baste with 1/8 of an inch seam allowance all around. I'm also going to use a long stitch length. just so that it's, you know, I could rip it out if I needed to or anything like that. So we're gonna go back to the sewing machine and baste this with 1/8 of an inch seam allowance all the way around. And then I'll be trimming some of this off. So that will be our next step. I know this is taking forever, but this is why it's slow. This is slow sewing. I don't do a lot fast. So, all right, we're gonna do that. Let's go back to the sewing machine. Oh yeah, and I need my pins too. All right, let me get the pins. Okay, we're back here. Okay, I just hit myself on the knee lift, so that was less than fun. Okay, let me get this out. Okay, so I'm just gonna baste all the way around. I'm gonna start a little bit before the pocket. There we go. All right, and we'll just pull pins out as I go. And I'm using a pretty long stitch length. Okay. And just sort of going all the way around. This doesn't have to be exact because this is not going to be seen or anything, so you don't really have to worry too much about how good the stitching is right now. All right, I'm gonna lengthen this even more. Okay, go around the curves. Again, this part you really don't have to be super precise with. Okay. You just want to catch all of this mesh fabric so that it stays in place while you're sewing the pouch together a little bit later on. So I'm going around the curves. Yeah, and if you haven't checked out the video I did about sewing curves and corners, you might find that helpful if you're new. Okay. There we go. And up here I'm going to need to remove this pin. Okay. We're about done with this part. Okay. So let's trim my threads. I always like to trim my threads as I go. I'm a little bit like uptight about that, I guess. All right, I'll go ahead and remove these pins. Okay, I'll see you back at the sewing table. Hi everybody. All right, so we're making some headway here. Here's what I have now. This is the front main panel of your everyday pouch. I've just put on a mesh pocket. Actually, you know what? This has a lot. I feel like this doesn't have a lot of security. Like I think I'm gonna need, I think I'm gonna need to go back and split this in half. Like look at how much this opens. I think this is too wide. All right, so we'll go ahead and I'm gonna sew. So I'm gonna go back and sew a line down the middle just because like, look at how far this opens. I think I need a little bit more. Yeah, this is just too like much. Okay, so, and you know what we'll do to do that? I will fold, we'll fold this in half and then I will use that as my guide. Yeah, I think we need to do that. I'm glad, this is why it's good to like kind of test things out to see if, sometimes things don't always work, you know? All right, so let me change to camera 2. All right, so I'm going to fold this in half and then I'm going to, use this as like a mark. So let me get my ruler out and the marking pen, and I'm going to mark a line here. All right, so we'll use this. Actually, all right, here's what I do. I'm going to fold this in half here and then use my marking pen. And this is air soluble, so it will come out. Okay, so I'm going to mark the center up top here, and then I'll mark the center down here like this. And then I'll use these. Basically you're doing connect the dots here. So yeah, I think that after seeing this, I'm glad I did, because it definitely needs to be split up. Okay, so I'm just gonna mark this, and again, this will come out like this pen will disappear, either with water or with air. Okay, so here is our line. So I'm just gonna go back to the sewing machine, and then I'm going to sew, start here, I'm going to sew back up here, and then I'm gonna sew back down again, just so it's like doubly reinforced. And that should be pretty good for splitting. And you'll be able to see after I'm done how much of a difference it actually makes. So I think that'll be good. All right, so let's go back to the sewing machine yet again. Okay, so I'm gonna do about a 3.0 stitch length, and I'm starting from the bottom. Actually, let me make sure, did that go to camera 3? Let me make sure. I feel like, okay, it did. Okay, so we're over at the sewing machine here, and I'm going to start at the bottom, sew up to the top of the pocket, and then I'm going to reverse and just go over those stitches again. All right, so I'm using the center here. Okay, and I'm just gonna stitch a line down here. This is pretty easy. Everything's kind of in place. Again, it doesn't have to be super exact. Don't worry too much about getting it perfect. All right, here we go. All right, so now that I'm just one stitch basically past the pocket, I'm just going to, I got my needle down, presser foot up, pivot, and then you're just going to stitch back over that same line again. And because this thread matches the mesh pretty well, it'll sort of blend in, so you won't really be able to see it. Okay, and no back stitching because you're basically just going over the same lines of stitches. So here we go. Let me just trim the threads, and that'll be about it. Okay, not too bad. I'm glad, yeah, I think that needed to be done. I just think before it was just, the pocket was just too wide open. So now we've got 2 individual pockets in the pouch. Okay, how's everybody doing? How is everybody doing? So here's what we have now. Hello. All right, so we now have our mesh pocket done. So you can see, yeah, look how much better this is. Like you could, I wonder if you could put a phone in here. Let me see. Let me see if you could put a phone in here. I'm not sure. All right, actually, you technically can. Okay, so technically you could fit your phone in there. You could also put little stuff in there. You could put like, you know, if you got wet wipes, you could put like, you know, receipts in there. You could put parking tickets or anything like that. So this, and I really like this zebra print detail. I think it looks super cute. Okay, so the next thing we'll do, all right, I'm gonna trim a little bit around here. So now that this is basted, but yeah, like earlier, I just don't think it would have worked. I think it was too wide open. So I'm glad we did that. So now we've got a pocket here. I'm gonna take some scissors and I'm going to basically trim off some of this extra. I'm gonna trim off some of this extra stuff. I'm gonna leave a little bit more of the mesh. Let's see here, there we go. So just trim this off. And yeah, if you're just joining, you can come and go as you please. I wanted this live stream. One of the issues I find with like my other types of live streams is if the live stream's only like an hour, people miss it, and then, you know, part of the live experience is watching it live. So if I'm doing this for a long time, it gives people a lot more opportunity to join in than if the live stream is very short. So that's one of the other reasons I wanted to do like kind of an all-day thing kind of going on. All right, so get some of my scraps away. Yeah, you get a lot of like random scraps here. All right, lots of random stuff. Let me throw this out. All right, so here's what we have now. So now we've got our front pocket done. So this is the back of the pouch here. So it'll be like this. And this is our lining. So this is going to be the patch pocket in the back. So we've added a lot of new detail that the original pouch does not have. I think this will be super cute. Hopefully imagine if this project like somehow doesn't work out or I mess up in a big way and then everything's ruined. I really hope not, but you never know. Okay, so now I'm gonna work on the D-ring tab. All right, so I think this is gonna be a wristlet. So this is about, I think this is about like 3¼ inches wide. Yeah. All right, so I need to interface these pieces here. So I do have some, let me see if the interfacing I have some scraps. They might be big enough, I'm not really sure. So let me see if my interfacing pieces are like big enough. So we'll do that. Whew. All right, you know what? It's almost there. Like, I think, I might actually try to like Franken piece some of the interfacing. I might try to do that. So I feel like that would work. I feel like that would be okay, especially on the wristlet part. Like this piece I can definitely get on. Okay. So this is going to be, I'm going to use this swivel clasp and turn this into a wristlet part so you can attach it to the pouch. And then with this piece, this is going to be the D-ring tab. So I need to kind of roughly figure out how, this doesn't need to be super precise. All right, I've got some scragglers over here. Okay, let me try to, actually this way. All right, so I need this piece to be as long as it can for the wristlet part. This piece needs to be about like here. All right, I find it kind of easy to cut Pellon ShapeFlex 101, which is the stabilizer I'm using. I find it kind of easier to do it with a rotary cutter and a ruler. So let me get that back out. Let's see. Okay, so I already know this can be about here. So we're just going to cut this about here. Not super precise. So it needs to be about here. And then, let's see here. Let me cut this edge here. So we're going to cut this whole edge off here. And I buy these in like, I'm actually thinking about selling this in the Etsy shop too, because I do have a big roll of it that I got wholesale. So I could sell cuts. Let me know if you are interested in buying this interfacing, what is the cut you would want? Like, would you want a half yard? Would you want a whole yard? Let me know, because I'm thinking about maybe trying to cut some of these up, and then I can, if you're looking for interfacing, I could help you out with that. So I'm thinking about doing that. I'm not sure yet, but definitely considering it. Okay, so we just need a piece about here. Okay. All right, so this will be need to be this will need to be placed here. All right, this is a little bit long, so I need to chop off like a little bit of this. Okay. I'll just chop this off. All right, we got the pressing mat back out, and I'm going to show you how I fuse my interfacing, because it's pretty like low. It's not real high tech here. So, okay. So on interfacing like Pellin Shape Flex 101, this is a woven stabilizer, and one side feels more like fabric, and then the other side, there's like little rough dots on it, and that's the glue. So the glue side should be on the wrong side of your fabric. All right, now I'm going to flip this over so that the fabric is right side up. And right now we're making a D-ring tab. So this will be a tab I attach to the side of the pouch, and we're going to put a D-ring on it. Let me get my spray bottle here. The easiest way I found to apply interfacing is to basically spray the fabric like this, and then hit it with the iron on the other side. So I'm just gonna press and hold this for a little bit, and this is how I fuse my interfacing. It's like 10 seconds or something like that. All right, this should be pretty good. Okay, I can hear my iron really needs to be cleaned. We might do that soon. All right, so, oh boy. Yeah, that definitely fused. It's a little, I need to clean off this pressing thing too. All right, spray it with more water. And then press this down for a few seconds. All right, yeah, some of the glue I think you can sort of, I feel like the glue maybe comes out the other side, I'm not sure. But yeah, I feel like I definitely need to clean this iron. It's feeling a little bit like there's like some drag on it. So I think I need to do that. So that's how I just quickly fuse stuff. So it's on pretty good. This is how I fuse things to fabric. So this is a one-sided fusible stabilizer. And it just gives your project a little more stability. So if I just did the quilting cotton alone, I think it would pretty easily get worn down as a D-ring tab, and it just wouldn't hold up as well. So this kind of gives the fabric a little extra body when the fabric itself is not real substantial. And again, quilting cotton is normally meant for quilting, so the bag making thing, it does often need a little bit of extra help. All right, so I gotta figure out how big I want this. All right, yeah, and I also really need to, I'm gonna turn the iron off, and then I'm gonna try to clean it. Yeah, it definitely needs to be like cleaned pretty soon. All right, so, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna try it out at, 3.75. So I'm gonna measure it by about 4 by 3.75, and I'm gonna need to write that down. So this is about, let's see how wide this is. So right here, this is about 4 inches here. All right, so let me cut this at 3.75 and see how that does. Okay, so 3.75 inches, so 3¼ inches. Okay, so about here, this should be pretty good. Get my rotary cutter out. Okay. And the reason I cut this piece a little bigger is so I can make more, or I can use this for something else later. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is create the D-ring tab. So to do that, this is the piece. This is this way across is 4 inches, and then this way across is 3.75. Let's see here. Yeah, that's about right. So all you need to do is fold this in half. So this is the 4-inch side. So the 4-inch side you should be folding that in half here. Okay, try this out. Yeah, I definitely need to clean the iron. All right, and then fold this in, but you're not going to fold it like totally in, like leave a little bit of room here. So you're going to fold this like this. Okay, like this. Okay, and then fold this in the other way like this. Press it. Okay, and then you'll fold this in on itself, and this is going to be your tab. All right, yeah, it's a little bit of messiness here. So about right here, and you can glue baste this. So this will be an area where we glue baste. All right, so let me try to get this, and I try to get these edges. You really want these edges to line, like if you want to get a professional look, try to get this as even as you can. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm trying to get this as close as possible. And I'm going to go over this with an iron again. Okay. And then I'll use my glue to glue baste this, and then we will I'm going to stitch all the way around here. So that's what we're going to do to create the D-ring tab. And then let me get out the D-ring here. And then you're going to be sliding this into here like this. So this is the D-ring tab like this. This is a little bit thick, but it should hold up pretty well. So that's what we're doing now. So let me get out my glue. I will just glue baste this a little bit. I'm going to put it, and this is a pretty thick piece, so you can glue this. You can add a pretty generous amount of glue, and this is just Elmer's washable school glue, so it's very, very inexpensive. This is a very budget friendly glue to use because it's everywhere and it's pretty cheap. All right, so now I am folding this down like this. Okay, I'm gonna hit it with the iron just to keep it in place, and this is a dry iron. I'm not using any steam. Okay. All right, and I'm going to bring the D-ring with me. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be top stitching all the way around and then inserting the D-ring, and then we'll stitch a line about right here. So let's go back to the sewing machine and take care of that. All right, yeah, I like this. I think this setup is working out pretty good so far. And for stitch length, I'm going to be using about a 3.5-inch stitch length because this is top stitching. All right, so, and again, this part over here is not going to be visible, so you can sort of, you don't have to be super careful about it. But you see how much the fabric stays in place with the glue basting? It doesn't shift around. It's just everything's very stable. Okay, so I'm going to pivot, and I'm also going to clip off these threads here. All right, so let's pivot this way. And this part's not going to be seen, so you don't really have to worry. You really don't have to worry too much about things right there. Okay, let me just, all right. Okay, go back around this way. All right, and one thing that I want to tell you is that with things like this, if I'm choosing a side to be like visible, my top side looks better, so I'm going to put this on the outside of the D-ring tab. So like you won't see the bottom stitching, so that's why I'm having this fabric be the fabric that is visible. So from here you can fold this piece in half lengthwise and insert the D-ring like this. So insert the D-ring, and then over here, I'm actually going to sew back around here, but I'm going to sew as close to the D-ring as I can to keep this, keep this in place. All right, so we're going to go back over these stitches here. And a lot of this is actually going to be inside the pouch or like cut off, so you don't really have to worry too much about it. All right, so and I'm trying to make sure that this is lined up. I'm trying to make this look as nice as I can and as even as I can. So really do take your time and make sure that your D-ring tab looks nice. I know that might not make a lot of sense, but yeah, this machine can really power through quite a few layers. And I'm going to try to, here we go, match this up with the other stitching. Okay, so needle down. All right, and I'm also going to trim off these threads just so that they don't get in the way here. All right, needle down. All right, and now I'm going to try to get fairly close. I'm going to try to get as close as I can to the D-ring here. So I don't know how much that'll be. All right, probably about maybe here, yeah. So I think I could probably get, this is probably as close I can get as I can get. I'm glad I have this real skinny foot on because this will allow me to get this will allow me to sew fairly close to the D-ring. So we're gonna do this. All right, yeah, this handles it pretty well. And I might actually go over this stitching another time just so that it's pretty secure. So I might do that. Let me just adjust this a little bit, just so that this is, just because this area is probably going to get quite a bit of stress on it just from usage. So I'm actually going to go over this section. I think I'm going to go over this section again. All right, so let's go back over here. All right. And this is where I think having an industrial machine does come in handy because this machine powers through these layers pretty well. All right, so let's do this again. Okay, so I'm basically just going over these same stitches. All right, okay, and then turning this around and then going over this section again. So I'm glad I am because I just think it needs a little bit of extra reinforcement. So we're gonna go over this again. This part isn't, I feel like my stitches aren't quite as pretty, but that's okay. Okay, and now I am done. So I'll meet you back over at the sewing table. All right, so here's what I have now. I feel like these stitches could have been a little bit prettier, but I think this will be okay. Things did get a little bit, things did shift around. This is the bottom of the D-ring, and then this is the top. I'm gonna have this face the front because this is like the better looking side. All right, so now what we're going to do is you're gonna take this piece that we have the I'm going to take this piece that we have the pocket on, and we're also going to be basting this D-ring to this part. So, all right, so think about it like this. When the D-ring is on the pouch, it will look like this, right? So I'm going to be folding this in All right, so, but I want this part on top, so I have to keep that in mind. I also want to make sure this clears the seam allowance. So the seam allowance is 1/4 inch. Oh, Lisa, I think I'm using a 90, was it a 90/14 needle? I believe that's the size. So I'm going to put this, I'm going to place this about here. Just because I'm going to have, yeah, this part's going to be kind of tricky to sew over, I'm not going to lie. And when you sew this together towards the end, you are definitely going to want to go over this part multiple times. So I am going to go back to the sewing machine and baste this to this part. But again, yeah, so this is going to be, so it's going to look like this, maybe a little bit. So, but yeah, you definitely need to take into account the seam allowance. The seam allowance is going to be about here. So I'm going to, and then you're going to actually end up like, we'll clip this off. The other thing you could do, I might have used a little bit less stabilizer. So my piece was 3.75 inches wide. I probably could have cut the stabilizer in half too. This is a very stable piece now. So we're going to go back over to the sewing machine and I'm going to baste this to the front piece. But yeah, you have to keep in mind that your seam allowance is going to take up a bit of this real estate. So let's go back to the sewing machine and do that. Okay, here we are. So I've got everything situated. All right, and I'm going to, all right, yeah, we're going to try to put this, I'm going to try to put this fairly close to the edge here. So I've got my, so this is going to be about 1/4 inch seam allowance here. So yeah, I need to put this, all right, we're going to start around the pocket. Yeah, all right, and then, yeah, so it'll be about here. Okay, and this is just to baste things in place. There we go. So I've got about a 3.5 inch stitch length. This is going to be a lot to sew through. So yeah, and I'm not really using pins or anything. I'm just going to use my fingers to keep this here. So we'll see how this goes. All right, yeah, this is definitely very, this is very thick. Yeah, I mean, this sewing machine handles it pretty well though. All right, and I'm going to back stitch a little bit just because I know this is going to be kind of tricky. Okay, so here we go. And my piece is on. We're going to trim these threads here. What do you guys think so far of this live format? Let me know in the chat and in the comments. I'd love to know your thoughts about this new type of show and the new setup. Let me know. All right, so here's what we have now. So this is, so when this is done, this will look sort of like this. So you'll be able to attach like a key ring to this. You can clip this to other things. So that is the hope for this project. I know we're spending a lot of time on other details, but that's why I wanted to do this, because I already did like a basic tutorial, but I wanted to show you how you could be like a little more extra with stuff, if that makes sense. So, all right, here we are. It is 4:40. We're still here. We're still hanging. So, all right, you know what? Let's take a second and I'll read some of the, I'll look at some of the comments. Let me try to, wow, there's a lot of stuff to maneuver here. All right, let me try to read some of the comments. I really appreciate everyone watching, by the way. This has been a lot of fun so far. Okay, Krabby Dragon, thank you very much for the Etsy order. Yes, the glide thread is really pretty great. I like it, and I'm really glad I've started using it. It's a really good quality, and it's really easy to use. I find it really cooperates pretty well with the sewing machines I have, so that's been awesome. All right, and Lisa, thank you very much. Just placed an order on your Etsy shop. Magic pins, glue basting, and hot roller. All really great tools. I use those all the time. And Krabby Dragon, oh yes, you ordered the glue basting bottle as well. Thank you everyone for watching. All right. Okay, Mia Forte, I bought that fabric, haven't tried it yet. Yes, it is a flat pack. So It is 14 fat quarters and it's all printed onto one big piece of fabric. What I like about it is that because it's all on one piece of fabric, it doesn't come with like frayed edges or anything like that. You can actually wash it if you wanted to pre-wash your pre-cuts. I know typically you can't because they're cut so small, but with the flat fat stack, you can pre-wash the fabric. You can also press larger. So instead of ironing one fat quarter, you can press like a larger section. It's also doesn't take up as much room. It is easier to ship for people like me. So I think it's a really great product and I'm curious to try more. So we are working with that fabric today. All right, let's read some more. Okay, so yes, you like the live format. Thank you so much. I'm really excited about this. I think this could really revolutionize just the way I do these shows. I really enjoy it and I think it's fun. Plus, because everything's like this is actually being recorded as well. So later I can actually take all of this raw footage and then condense it into a more curated, polished video for the main channel. So that's something I could do as well. So, all right, let's get back to the project here. I'm gonna get some water. I'm actually not that hungry. I actually mostly eat once a day and it's usually a little bit later. So I'll probably eat a little bit later today. All right, so we now have most of the features done. I think later, if I have time, I'll try to make a wristlet, so we'll save that for later. All right, so I actually ended up not really needing some of this, but I'm glad we have this extra just in case, if that makes sense. Like, I'm just glad we have it. So you can actually trim some of the, so we'll be trimming a lot of this off, but I'm glad, like, this just makes it easier to to sew this part and everything like that. So let me take my scissors and I'll be trimming off some of this and then we'll actually be able to start, we're gonna start actually sewing the pouch soon. All right, so we're gonna trim off some of this with some scissors. And now we're getting to the actual construction part. So it's gonna take me like 6 hours, but we will make one everyday pouch, guys. We're gonna make one pouch today. That's the goal. Okay. So I'm using this silver zipper. All right, so so things to know. So this is gonna be the front piece and then this will be the front lining piece. So this will be on the back of here. And then this is gonna be the back lining piece. And then this will be the back front piece. So I just like to keep things, situated here. So here's how I like to do things. So when the pouch is done, the zipper is going to be, the front of the zipper is going to be on my left. So I like to use this to figure out where I need to start, right? All right, so I'm going to flip the zipper face down and then turn this over. And then I want there to be like about equal space on the side. So you need at least 1/4 inch for our seam allowance. So here is how you can line things up. And then the lining piece will be face down. So this is gonna be like this, and then I'm gonna, this got out of the way. So I'm gonna start off by using one clip to clip things, sort of keep the zipper tab in place. And then, because I cut this just a tiny bit smaller than the main piece, this is gonna be about here. And then we're just gonna start, oh, by the way, the flat side of the clip should be face, let's see, the flat side of the clip should be face up. Wait, yeah, because when I'm sewing these, if there's a zipper, I like to start sewing on the side that doesn't have the zipper pull on it. So you're actually going to start sewing. The first line of stitching will be with the main fabric, with the main fabric on the top. So when you're first placing these clips, place the flat side face up because you're going to be sewing with this side down, if that makes sense. All right, so I'm trying to get everything centered the best I can. Here we go. So clip up. And I start from the center and then work my way out. All right, so about right here. Okay. And this can be tricky to sew with the zipper. The clips do help. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna get the mail because I just got some. Nah, we won't do that today. I think this would be too thick. I got some basting tape and I want to try it out, but this probably isn't the day to experiment with things, so maybe we won't do that. All right, but in a future video or in a future live stream. All right, so, all right, this is a little tricky. Sometimes it also helps, I know you can't see this, to kind of overhang. It helps to kind of overhang it off your table so that you can really start to get the clips in. So that helps a little bit too. Okay. So like, just because you'll have the overhang and it's easier to work with that way. So if that makes any sense. So, and then I'm going to sew at the sewing machine, sew almost to the zipper pull, and then I'm going to pull the zipper in the other direction so that I can finish sewing. Because it's a little bit tricky if you're sewing where the zipper pull is in the line of stitching. Okay, so I think we've got about enough clips. All right, so at the sewing machine, I'm actually gonna sew with a 1/4 inch seam allowance and start on top here. So that's what we're gonna do first. I can't believe we're actually getting to the real pouch here. Let me get some water. I might stop talking for a little bit too, just because my voice is starting to be like, ugh. Okay. All right, so we're over at the sewing machine. I'm going to be doing about a 2.5 inch stitch length. So we'll take the stitch length a little bit smaller here. All right, and then 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then go slow because you really need to make sure that the layers are as even as possible. So you want them all flush with each other. You do need to backstitch at the beginning and end here. That is very important for this step. So remember, 1/4 inch seam allowance, backstitch at the beginning and end so this doesn't come out. Okay, and then continue your stitching here. I will take out the clips as I go, but then you also need to make sure that your layers, you might have to keep like finagling them so that they're even with each other. So you see, I'm trying to keep them as lined up as I can. Hopefully everyone can see. Okay, let's see here. So, all right, here we go. And I'm gonna keep moving these with my fingers as I go. All right, yeah, see, this bottom layer is like poking out a little bit. I don't really like that. So I'm gonna keep, and I also wanna make sure that the zipper tape is lined up pretty evenly with the rest of the layers. So again, I'm a little bit picky about this. You may not be as picky. So do you. I just really like to make sure that my layers are all, you know, pretty lined up. Yeah, this bottom layer keeps like shifting out. Okay. So we're gonna keep sewing here. So 1/4 inch seam allowance. All right, yeah, I'm gonna need to, all right, so you see, here's where we are right now, and I'm really trying to make sure that these are lined up with each other the best I can. Okay, and now since we're getting close to the zipper pull, here's what we're gonna do. So you see, if we keep sewing this way, this is gonna get in the way. So with the needle down, I'm going to lift up my presser foot the highest I can, and then I'm going to pull the zipper open. I know it's kind of hard to see, but I'm gonna pull this open. Here we go. So now it is not in the way, and I've got total clearance to finish sewing. So now we can finish sewing this, this stitch line. All right, here we go. All right, so, and then the zipper tape, because this sort of curves out a little bit towards the end, you're also gonna need to like be mindful of that and keep maneuvering just sort of keep pushing it into place with your fingers like this. Okay, here we go. So this is about good. All right. Don't sew over your fingers, that would be bad. Back stitch. All right, and now this one is done. Okay, all right, so trim your threads. I think this looks pretty good. And now we're going to repeat this, but on the other side. Hello, everybody. Okay, so now we're back here. So you have one side done. Actually, this looks pretty good so far. All right, so the zipper is open. I'm going to close the zipper up again. So you see, you can start to see it coming together like this. So this is going to be the front side, like, I think there's a little stain on the fabric. I don't know if I did that or if that was already there. Or maybe it's just dye, so I'm not sure. So, and I'm going to, just to kind of get things started, I'm going to like finger press this away from the zipper tape, because you don't really want this fabric to be caught up in the zipper tape. So that's why I did a 1/4 inch seam allowance, so there was, you know, still a bit of room between the teeth and the fabric. Okay. All right, so finger press this away, and notice like there's like a tiny, like this lining fabric is a tiny bit smaller than the main fabric. So that's on purpose. All right, so the next thing we'll be doing is the back side. So I know this is going to end up like this at the end. So I'm going to start off zipper facing up, and then I'm going to flip over the main fabric like this, and then flip this over so that the zipper is face down. So now that you already have the fabric on the other side done, you can sort of use that to line up where the fabric on the other side needs to be. So I really try to match up the fabric on the sides. So I want them to be about the same. So, all right, here we go. And then because the zipper pull is now on this side, I'm going to start at the sewing machine with the lining part on the top, because this is going to be the easiest for me to sew like this. So, all right, so this is about even. All right, and I always like to start with the center with the clips, just because that ends up being like the easiest to start. So, and I'm going to, here we go, yeah, this is about good for the lining. All right, so I'm going to clip this, and then this time the curved part of these sewing clips will be face up, because you're going to be sewing this part up, if that makes any sense. I know that might be a little confusing. All right, so I'm going to bring this off the edge of my table. Sorry guys, again, just because I think that'll be easier for me to start with. Actually, you know what? Nah, we won't do that, because I want you guys to be able to see everything. All right, so, okay, this is just gonna be a little tricky here. All right, I need this to be about here. Okay. Yeah, this part, getting everything lined up like this, it takes a little extra time, but I find it's definitely worth it, because then because you want this to be, like, this matters. This will make the difference with your finishes and sewing projects if you take the time to make sure everything is lined up the way it's supposed to be. Like, I know this might be a little like mundane, but this, you know, you'll notice a difference in your sewing projects if you're a little more meticulous about, oops, oh boy, that clip just totally flew there. If you're a little bit more meticulous with getting your fabrics situated correctly. All right, So got this here. Okay, gonna have the zipper lined up here. And this can be, yeah, this can be a little bit challenging, I'm not gonna lie. All right, so this should be okay. I'm gonna get these clips here, and then we're gonna do the same thing. When I get to the zipper pull down here, I'm going to open it back up so that I have enough clearance to finish everything. Okay, so let's get these clips on here. Yeah, this is sewing in real time. It's not, you know, it's not like, this is not like TikTok. This is real, this is like real sewing in real time. And real sewing is not usually that fast, especially if you're making like a quilt or something. It's just not super quick. All right, so let's go back to the sewing machine, and then we will do a 1/4 inch seam allowance on this side, and we'll see how that turns out. Let's see here. Okay, let's head back over there. All right, same deal as before, and actually soon I may need to change, yeah, I may need to change the presser foot. Actually, I'm not sure. I want to keep this foot on the whole time for ease, but I usually do change it. All right, so gonna start off 1/4 inch seam allowance, back stitch at the beginning and end, about 2.5 stitch length here. Hopefully I try to give a lot of information on my settings and everything, because I know a lot of people are new to sewing and may not necessarily, like, you may not necessarily know all this stuff. So I'm using the Glide Triloba polyester thread, which is one of my new favorites. Okay. I'm just gonna, and hopefully I can turn this into a regular video as well, so we'll see. All right, so about a 1/4 inch here. This is looking pretty good. All right, and if I make a mistake or something, you're gonna be here to see it. So that's definitely possible, and that's something that I'm kind of afraid of. But it's a very real possibility. All right, so now I'm gonna start. All right, we gotta try to line this up a little bit better. So you see my fabric's starting to like kind of wander off, so I need to use my fingers to kind of fix the situation. All right, so now I'm getting close to the zipper pull. So I've got my needle down, presser foot up, and then I'm going to try to open up the zipper again. Here we go. Just so I can finish this stitch line. All right, and here we go. So, okay, get everything nailed down here. All right, so I need to like, this zipper tape keeps wanting to come out, so I just need to kind of push it back into place and then hold this. All right, and this should be pretty good. Okay, so now I definitely want to back stitch here. All right, and then we've got this done. Okay. All right, trim threads here. I feel like this has gotten stuck in here. Okay, there we go. So trim your threads. And I've got these threads to trim. Okay. All right, we're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. For all 12 people watching, hello. This is Sewing Report Live, and this is real sewing, guys. This is real sewing. So let me show you what we have now. So now we've got all our pieces sewn onto the zipper tape like this. So I'm going to kind of I'm going to close the zipper back up for now. So the next thing we're going to be doing is top stitching. And I'm also going to get the iron back out because we're going to press the fabric. So, and I still have a bunch of stuff. I need some water too. Hold on a second. Okay, got my little portable pressing mat here. So, again, this is one of those things where if you want, this is something where you do want to pay attention to detail and take the time to focus on your finishes. So I'm going to finger press my fabric. So I want to try to get this, I want to really get a crisp edge here. Get my fabric and really press this away because this will make a difference later with the finished pouch. So take your iron and really press the fabric away from the zipper tape. And do it to the other side here. And this is our little patch pocket. Okay. Okay, so with the main tutorial and with the, I posted a vertical video showing how I fold these ends of the zipper away from the top. And a few of you asked me why I did that. Like, why did I need to do that? And this is why. So you can see, because I folded the ends like kind of up, down and out, this made a much cleaner look to the zipper on the back side. Someone asked me if you could just cut these ends off. You technically could, but you'd probably see these raw edges here. And because they're tucked away now, like, look how much neater this looks with the ends folded out. So this will make a much, I know no one sees the inside, but you don't see any like frayed zipper tape. I think it looks much nicer this way. And it really didn't take you much time. All right, so I'm going to finger press this away and bring the iron up to this side. Okay. All right, here we go. Now, when you're going to the front, you do need to be careful if you did the mesh pocket because you really don't want your iron, you really don't want to iron over this. I think this is polyester, so this would probably like melt or something. So I'm going to take this side and finger press this away and then press, but just be careful not to get your iron on, you really don't want to get your iron on the mesh. Okay, so this side is done. I gotta be very careful with this side. All right, so you see it looks neater already when you're pressing things. So, all right, let me get this side and then, oh yeah, all right, so finger press first. Press, all right, and I'm really trying not to get the, I'm really keeping it away from that mesh part. Okay, so the next thing we're going to be doing is top stitching, but here's the thing. So I used to make this mistake and I always wondered why my projects were so hard to sew at the end. So when I used to top stitch, I used to put these layers together and then I would top stitch this entire like sandwich here. It's going to be a lot easier for you if you separate one piece of the main fabric from the other three layers and then top stitch just like top stitch just here, but with all of the other three layers facing the opposite direction. So we're going to do this for both sides. So you're going to have just the front piece, front outside piece by itself, and then the seam allowance for the lining can be facing up, so that'll be fine. Top stitch here with about a 3.5 stitch length, and then we're going to go in the opposite side, separate the other 3 layers, and then top stitch here. So that's what we're going to do next back at the sewing machine. And there's really no need to backstitch here either, because this top stitching is more for aesthetics. So you can skip the top stitching for this if you want to. So I'm going to change my stitch length to a 3.5, and we're going to top stitch this area here. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, and we're going to top stitch about 1/8 of an inch. So notice again, I've got just the main fabric, and then the other 3 layers are like pushed out of the way. All right, and we're going to do 3.5-inch stitch length and no top stitching needed, or no back stitching needed. All right, got to push down a little bit harder here. And I'm going steady, but not going super fast here. I'm trying to keep my stitching as straight as I can. I'm not the best at this. I think I'm okay at it, but not, you know, I'm not winning any awards here or anything like that. All right. And then when this finishes, we'll flip it over and go to the other side. Okay. Okay. So let's go over to the other side. And actually, we don't really have to, I'm just gonna like pull a little bit of thread out, and then I'm just gonna go in on the other side right now. So we'll just do that. Oh, and also, I need to move the one thing I almost forgot. I need to flip everything over. So you're gonna flip everything over and just have this one piece be by itself. All right, I'm gonna flip this back in. We got the D-ring. That's starting to sort of flop in the way, but it'll be okay. All right, so again, no back stitching needed. Just start getting in there. Okay, there's a little bit of, there we go. And don't be afraid to like go kind of slow. You don't need to go, this is not a marathon or anything. You can go as slow or as fast as you're comfortable with. And again, about a 3.5-inch stitch length and about 1/8 of an inch top stitch here. Okay, so that's it, at least for the top stitching. We still have a little bit of ways to go with the pouch, but see how it's starting to come together. I think it looks really cute, actually. I kind of like this. I think the silver hardware works out pretty well for this project. So I'm not upset that the gold hardware, I didn't have enough. So hello. For everyone still watching here, we are still working on making one zipper pouch. It's been 3 hours. Apparently we have 14 viewers. If you're just joining me, we are making the super simple everyday pouch. This is a free pattern I'm offering to Sewing Report viewers. And I have a tutorial over on the main Sewing Report channel, but we are making a pouch in real time because I wanted to show the entire process. So, and I'm also coming up with some sort of creative hacks for this. Also, let me write my measurements down. So I need to, all right, so the D-ring tab is, let's see, it's 3.75 by 4 inches. So I'm keeping track so I can like write out the tutorial later, or at least the the fabric cuts, I'm writing out as I go along what I needed to make this project. Also we needed binding tape about 3.75 by about 10 inches. Okay, so let's see, binding. So I'm just basically keeping track of binding for pocket, of what I need to tell everyone as far as what kind of fabric they need. So the binding for the pocket is about 10 by 3.75 inches. And then let's see how big this mesh is. So the piece of mesh you're going to need is about, it's about 11, let's see, mesh fabric. So about 11 by, let's see here, 11 by 7 inches. Okay. So I'm trying to come up with the fabric requirements and fabric cuts so that when I do the tutorial for the main channel, I can tell people, hey, you're going to need an 11 by 7 inch piece of mesh fabric or whatever other fabric you want to use. I'm using a 1 inch D-ring. Here, I'll put camera 2 on. And I also have a 1 inch ring with a swivel clasp on it. So if I have time, I'm going to try to make a matching wristlet out of this so that you can attach the wristlet and then carry it around if you wanted to. So now we can focus on finishing the pouch. So we just did the top stitching, and now because you're going to be turning this right side out, you're going to be birthing this pouch. You need to open up the zipper a little bit. I don't open it up the whole way. I'll open it up about 3/4 of the way open. So this should be about good here. You don't want to open it up the whole way because it'll be really close to the, it'll be very close to the edge here. So about this much is fine. And then you're going to be placing the main fabrics right sides together and then the lining sides right sides together like this. And I'm going to be clipping all of this together and sewing all the way around. So the other thing we need to figure out is, oh, and I also need to make sure this D-ring will have the tendency to flop out, so make sure it stays in. That part's going to be a little tricky, and when you sew this, you will want to go over that a few times. All right, so when you are placing your fabrics right sides together, I know a lot of people get confused about this, but the zipper should be facing towards the lining side. So you don't want the zipper facing like this way. You want the zipper teeth pointing to the lining. And then you're going to need to like match up, especially at these side center parts. It can be a little tricky because you want the fabric to be lined up pretty evenly so that it looks, you know, the best. Also, you're going to leave an opening for turning. So there is a section that you will not be sewing here. So I'm going to mark this with a line just so that I know. So it's going to be about here. So about here to about here. I'm going to give myself a pretty good opening about here to here. This part you won't be sewing. So you'll be sewing all the way around here and then stopping here. So this is where you're going to start and stop. You will need to back stitch pretty good at the start and stopping points because when you turn the project right side out, your threads can pop. So you want to make sure you have a pretty good reinforcement of threads here so that that doesn't happen. So let's start clipping this together here. And I might need some more, I probably am going to need some more clips here. So let's get some clips. I use a lot of clips, and these I just got from Amazon. These are not even like the brand name Clover clips. These are just the generic stuff. So I'm going to be using a lot of clips here. So let's start getting this together. All right. And I usually start like I'll start with like the straight edge. So whichever edge is like easiest for me to figure out and clip, I'll start there. And make sure your corners, your curved corners here are pretty even here. So just keep putting clips in here. Okay, and you see like this, and when you flip over your pouch, you'll be able to see, so this could probably use a little bit more. There's a little bit, it's a little bit uneven, so I'm going to keep trying to make sure it's as even as possible. All right, here we go. So this will take some time to do. The other thing you can do is, yeah, so I'll do this side and then I'll start doing this side a little bit, and then I'll do the centers and then I'll finish everything up. So start clipping here, about here, and again, you won't be sewing this section, but you still do want to keep it secured. I hope everyone's enjoying this, either that or maybe, I don't know, maybe everyone's just really in need of some entertainment on a Sunday. I don't know, but I really appreciate everyone watching. I can't even believe I have 15 viewers now. That's pretty amazing. So thank you very much for everything. Thank you for the Etsy orders, and thank you for subscribing, for everyone who has subscribed to Sewing Report Live so far. I know this is kind of a new thing, so, but I hope to do this. I would love to be able to do this several times a week, honestly. And it's not like, one, I like this because I don't have to, like, there's no editing with live streams. Plus I could take this footage later and then edit this into a video. I mean, this feed is pretty clean. Plus the program I use is actually, it actually records the source video. So if my internet connection is a little wonky at the moment or whatever, it will actually record like the higher quality version. All right, so this is where things get tricky. So again, you want the teeth to face this way. So this is the main fabric. You want the teeth to face this way. And you're going to try to line up. You really want these fabrics to match up. So like where this little, so like you see here, you want this to be meeting up so that they're even. That can be a little hard. So I'll usually put a clip right on that section and right on that section on the other side. All right, here we go. So this can, again, this is probably one of the hardest parts of doing a project like this. All right, Lisa's staying to see the finish. Lisa, it might be a little bit, although we'll finish this and then we will, we'll finish it and then I'll make a wristlet for it, so. All right, and Regina says, I enjoy this. I'm working on a project listening to you, and I also glance over to see where you are. Yeah, and you know what? I really hope this helps people to see that sewing is not like a miraculous, instantaneous thing. You can see I've been working on this project for hours, although I'm also like explaining it and everything like that, but I really want people to get a more realistic view of sewing instead of just like TikToks or whatever. So, all right, so here is, all right, and actually I'm probably gonna move this a little bit. All right, so actually this is lining up pretty well. I think this project is gonna turn out really cute. So, yeah, I'm honestly pretty jazzed about this. I have not, I'm glad I'm glad we were able to add some like cool extras to this pattern. I think it'll be helpful, and I think it's helpful for people to be able to see the possibilities instead of, because some people just, some people are really out of the box thinkers. Some people want more of an instruction guide. We're all different. Everybody everybody works differently or thinks differently or has a different creative process. Also, I think my rabbit is causing chaos in the other room. Well, I'll find out later, I guess. She can be a little bit destructive sometimes, or like a little crazy. So I saw she really had messed up her bed, so we'll find that out later. And again, this part with the, oh, see, this came out. This part with the D-ring, you're going to want to go over that a few times. So sew over that multiple times. All right, so I need to really get this. All right, this part can be a little tricky to clip here. Okay, oh, it's because this clip broke. Over time, I've noticed the craft clips can just break just from, you know, heavy usage over the years or whatever. So every once in a while, you just have to get some new ones, I've noticed. All right, so we're gonna clip this. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be a little hard to clip this part. But yeah, this is gonna be tricky to sew over, so you're gonna have to go over that. You're gonna have to go over that a few different times. That's what I think. All right, let's clip this. Yeah, and this is raw footage for a sewing report video, so that'll be cool. Okay, Krabby Dragon, you can. So J-Hop's channel is called Rabito Banana. I just came up with that's my nickname for her. So it's Rabito with an O and then banana. And that's where I post, like, that's my like sleeper channel where I post random rabbit videos. So you can actually look at it right now if you want. I don't, like, it's not like it's not a secret or anything. I just like wanted to, you know, that's just where I post like random videos of my rabbits. So if anyone wants to see this, my rabbit has a YouTube channel that I maintain for. It has like 97 subscribers and it's just videos of her like eating and stuff like that. So it's nothing, it's just kind of everyday stuff. Okay, so now we've got everything clipped here. So we're gonna go over to the sewing machine and then we're going to sew, start around here, go all the way around, all the way around, all the way around, and then stop here, back stitch at the beginning and end. That's very important for this. I'm going to take this clip container so I can put the clips in as I go. So let's go back to the sewing room camera. Okay. All right, we're getting close to the end. All right, so again, 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm gonna do about a 2.5 inch stitch length. And then this section we are not going to be sewing. So you're going to be sewing starting about here. Backstitch, I'm gonna backstitch like a few times. So that's gonna be something I do a couple times just because this can vary, these stitches, just from the stress of you turning things inside out and right side out, can very much pop. So I'm gonna do it a few times. And now I will start sewing. So 1/4 inch seam allowance, about 2.5 stitch length. And then the curves, you do have to go kind of slow around. So take your time on the curves. This is gonna take a while. So this part will probably not be super quick. So notice I keep lifting my presser foot with the needle down and then pivoting a little bit, just so this will give you the nicest curve you can. So again, this takes time. This is not a sprint. Okay. And I really want to take my time to get good curves here. So the curve, you know, you've seen those sewing projects where the curves just look a little bit wonky. I don't want that. And I'm going to trim my threads here just to get these out of the way and stuff. Okay. Okay. So and I'm actually cranking the hand wheel at this part just to make sure I'm fairly precise with everything. And the straight edges will be much quicker. Okay. I just hit the camera. That's okay. Okay, keep sewing around here. Okay. All right, so this part's going to be fairly fast. Okay. Because this is just a straight edge. And another thing I'm going to do is reinforce the parts with the most bulk. I'm going to go over those areas a few different times too, just to make sure that that the stress of that seam doesn't pop. So that's what we're going to do here. All right, so we're getting to this this area that could be a trouble spot, and also because of the zipper, it's so bulky. You're probably gonna need to, like, you know, you're gonna need to kind of wrestle this sewing machine a little bit at this part because it's gonna be a little tricky to like get totally close to the zipper. So like, I'm gonna need be like going over this a few times and stuff. All right, this is gonna be a little tough. This is not gonna be the easiest part of this project. All right, okay. And I'm going to be back stitching a little bit here. So let's back stitch here. So you see, I'm going over this section multiple times because I know this is going to be kind of, there's going to be a lot of stress put on this particular area. I'm trying to push it down as much as I can with my fingers. All right, so I've got through that. And this next part is also going to be kind of tricky. And this is another area that I'm going to be reinforcing again. So, all right, let me get my 1/4 inch seam allowance. All right, so I'm going to be back stitching here too, because this area is also going to get a lot of stress on it, and I just want to make sure that things don't come popped out. So because of these add-ons, that's something I kind of feel like I need to do. All right, so let's continue. Keep removing those clips as you go. And it's really important that you get the curves right for the outside, because this is the part that you're gonna see. So really take your time. You don't really want these curves to be misshapen, because this is the part that's on the outside of the pouch. The lining, you know, if you mess that up a little bit, and it doesn't matter as much. But this part, you do want this to be pretty nice, because this is the part that's going to be very visible and very obvious. Okay, let me remove these clips. Okay. This is looking pretty good. Yeah, the corners, I think, came out okay. So I think the corners look all right so far. All right, so here is our next trouble spot. This is the other side. This is the other side at the zipper tape. So I'm going to be really, all right, so I'm gonna try to finger press this a little bit into place and really try to press down as much as I can with my fingers here. All right, because this part's gonna be a little tricky, and I'm going to back stitch a little bit here. Again, these areas, just because of all the bulk and because there's a zipper there, they can just be a little bit difficult. All right. I think that'll be, hopefully that'll be okay. And there, yeah, there is a lot of bulk at that section. So you may, you know, if you find you don't like the way your stitches turn out, you can always seam rip and do it again, or you can go over that area an additional time for extra reinforcement. So don't be afraid to do that if you feel like you need to. All right, we're almost there, guys. We are almost there. Let me see how this looks. Okay, actually, I think this looks okay. So I think this is all right. All right, so let's. And notice, like for the curves, I'm stopping every few stitches and then I'm pivoting. So this is the best way I found to do curves. Yeah, and it's taken me like 4 hours to make one pouch. Although, again, we did add like a bunch of extra stuff. So I guess I don't feel that slow when you think about that. All right, so we are almost there. So here's where I marked my stopping point. So I'm gonna stop, back stitch, stitch again, back stitch. Again, I'm gonna go real all in on this. All right, and now we are done with, there's really not that much more left. And then I think if we have time, I will actually go ahead and try to make a wristlet to go along with this. I don't think that'll take too long, hopefully. And then we'll have like a whole like set here. All right, so let's get back to the sewing table and I will see you over there. Hello. All right. Are people still here? I honestly don't even know. Okay, so we've gotten this main stuff done. All right, so here's what we're gonna do next. By the way, oh, you know what? I ordered some new, I think I am gonna open the mail because I ordered some different pinking shears, so maybe I can try those out right now. All right, so let me put it on camera too, and then I'll go ahead and get the pinking shears. So I ordered those, and I'd like to try those out because the pinking shears I have, I really hate. So we're gonna try out some new pinking shears. Wow, my rabbit has really made a mess over in the other room, but it'll be okay. So let me open up this box and get, we're gonna get out the pinking shears I ordered. Okay. I know this will just take a minute. I'm just gonna open this up. Plus, this has my new, this has some more inventory for the shop and stuff. So I'll be restocking some items that sold out. That are very, like the Sew Tights magnets will be in stock later today. Okay, so let me see if we can get that. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right, here's the scissors. All right, so this is actually going to be sort of an unboxing too. So this should be interesting. Okay, so, all right, I know we've got, so I ordered these scissors. So these are serrated scissors by Kai, and I ordered these because I was hoping this would help with like slippery fabric. You know when you feel like the fabric is kind of getting away from you and then you don't cut accurately. So I'll be trying these out. And then I also ordered these pinking shears. I don't know if they're going to be any good. These are by Bowen, and they were kind of expensive, but the pinking shears I have are from IKEA, and they're just not that great. So we'll try these out for this next step. So because I'm going to be trimming down the seam allowances just for a neater finish and stuff. All right, so let's open this up. All right, so here is the pinking shears. They're by Bowen. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. All right, out of the box, they're all metal. I wish this had like a padded grip or something. I feel like that could be a little more comfortable. So what I normally do with these projects is, especially at the curves and corners, you want there to be less bulk at the seam when you're turning it right side out. I am not going to be cutting this area for turning because I need this fabric here so that I can tuck it in to stitch shut. So I'm going to start around here, and then I'll be trimming this seam allowance. Let's see. Actually, you know what? These do feel okay. I think they cut better than my IKEA pair. And the reason I like pinking shears is for the curves here. So I will be trying to trim this down a little bit, but I just like the pinked look because while it does reduce the bulk, it at least gives you like the notches here. So that's why I kind of like the pinking shears. But at this part with the very bulky area, I will use regular scissors just because I find this cuts best at this area. So I'll use regular scissors just for this particular area here. All right, so sort of curve that out, and I'll do it on the other side. I'll also be using the regular scissors for the part with the D-ring tab because this is just like really thick. So I know I'm not going to really be able to get it with the pinking shears. All right, so we'll cut this. This is going to be like pretty thick. All right, and then we'll just use this to cut this part. Okay. All right, so now we can continue with the pinking shears. I'm not sure. This might be really bulky here, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, so let's take the pinking shears and we'll just start cutting here. You know, these actually do feel pretty. I think these cut better. So the pair I have is from IKEA, so it's just some cheapo pair. This does cut better. They were kind of expensive. I think they're supposed to retail for like $50. I got it wholesale. They do feel nice. I'm not sure if they're worth like $50, but they're certainly better than what I have. So, so far, I think they're okay. And I'm just doing this so that I'm just reducing some of this bulk here. So that's really all we're doing, especially at the curves. They'll press out better if you trim it down. So, yeah, all right, this does start to get a little harder to cut when you get more layers. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, like right here, this is pretty impossible. I don't think this is really, yeah, the part with the D-ring tab, like I'm not even able to cut it all. So these seem to work okay on lighter layers, but not really for like super bulky layers. All right, so let me get the trash can here. Clean up on aisle 7 here. All right. So, and I'm curious to try these Kai scissors out on slippery fabrics. I might do like a demo or a review on this product because I think it'll be cool. So, let me get the trash can real quick. We're getting to the end here. We are getting to the end. All right, here's my trash can here. You can, like, we're showing it all here on Sewing Report Live. This is a lot of fun. Let me get some water real quick. And I am wearing I wear sweatpants like pretty much all the time. And I'm wearing these like Asian like house slipper thingies. So that's also fun. So, oh, the other thing we'll do, and let me turn the iron back on. So this is another little tip I have. So if you are going to be turning out a project and then closing up this opening, I find it works best to try to press, like we did with the patchwork pocket, try to press this area out a little bit so that you have a guide for where to fold it afterwards. So I'm going to fold each side here. Let me just put away, I gotta put away some of my stuff, guys, just so this doesn't look like a total disaster. So fold this a little in like this. And this will just give you a good guide on where to fold this later on. Oh, and by the way, Mia Forte, did you get your package that you ordered? With the so Mia Forte, we did this like last week, and she got some free Eversewn goodies. Let me know what you think of them. Do you like the Eversewn stuff that you got in your order? All right, so let me just press this again. We're really gonna need the lint roll. All right, so now we're gonna turn this right side out. So this is also gonna take a while. This is always sped up in videos. So this is why we backstitched here, because if you don't backstitch, your stitches would just pop out. This is also why we opened the zipper a little bit, otherwise you wouldn't even be able to get this open. Hello, my husband's coming by. Are you getting food? All right, you can turn the microwave on if you want or whatever. I don't care. Okay. He's been gaming, I think. So we're going to turn this right side out and just, all right, oh, we got a bunch of other loose threads and stuff. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need the lint roller. So this can be a little bit frustrating, but go slow. This is also why I made the opening kind of large, because I know this is gonna be kind of bulky. Also, I wanna be careful not to get the mesh fabric caught on the zipper or anything. That would really suck too. So let's try to, I don't want to ruin this project after we've already like spent all day on it, so that would not be very fun. That wouldn't be fun at all, would it? No. Okay, so I think we're starting to get here. And yeah, this is also why we press these. We're gonna press this as well so it looks nice. So one secret, yeah, if you don't like the way your project looks, take time to press it. We really need the lint roller here too. Let's get the lint roller out. Okay. All right, so yeah, these corners actually look pretty, all right, the curved corners look pretty nice. So I'm gonna poke out all of the corners here. And then this part where the zipper comes out, actually this part looks pretty okay. So this part can be a little tricky sometimes. All right, so, all right, here we go. Actually all right, here we go. I do have a loose thread here. We'll have to take care of this. Let me take care of that now real quick. So, and I also like these curved scissors for trimming threads really close. That works pretty well. These are also in the Sewing Report Etsy shop, not another plug, but you know, another plug. Okay, let me just, I'm gonna trim these very close. There we go. These scissors are really great for getting super close to what you want to cut. All right, so we're all, oh my gosh, this actually looks, guys, this looks kind of cute. This looks pretty nice. So we're gonna press this out. Also, and don't worry about this purple mark line. This will eventually fade, so that won't be visible. Okay, so, and actually, yeah, look at the D-ring. This actually came out really cute. I'm really glad we did these extra things to the pouch. Okay, so let me try to close the zipper up, see how this closes. And then the last thing we need to do for the pouch itself is close up that opening in the lining. So that won't be that will be really easy. Let me put these scissors away. Okay, we're almost done. This actually turned out really good. I think the zipper looks really cute. The detailing looks good. And again, this is something you can use. You could put this in another bag. You could use this as a little, if we add the wristlet, you could use this as a little clutch. You could use this to just store things in. You could use this around your house. It could be a gift. All right, so, and this one also has this little, we put the little patch pocket in here. All right, so the last thing we need to do for the pouch itself is close up that lining. So I'm going to pull the lining back out. And I'm gonna be glue basting. Yeah, we're about done with the clips, I think. So we'll do that. All right, so we'll poke this out. And I'm going to be, we're going to be kind of pressing this. All right, and then I'm going to glue baste this little section here and then sewing that back up at the sewing machine. So, not too bad. Also, I'm going to be tucking that thread in there. Got a little loose thread, but that won't be too bad. So, figure out how much you want, like how much fabric you want to be tucked inside, but that's why I pressed it beforehand. So it gave me a kind of a guide on where to fold it. It gave me a guide on where to fold and press it later. So, all right, here we go. So I'm gonna tuck that thread inside. So I'm just gonna take my glue again and then gluing a little bit here. Okay. Just, you don't really need very much glue, just a small amount. All right, I'm going to tuck this thread inside. Okay, and then, yeah, I really want to hide, my goal is to try to hide this inside. Here we go. And then, all right, hit this with the dry iron, and you don't need pins or anything. It'll stay put until you sew it. So the last thing we need to do is take this back over to the sewing machine and top stitch or edge stitch this closed with 1/8 of an inch seam. You do want to back stitch at the beginning and end here because again, you don't want the threads to pop out. So really you need to back stitch anytime you don't want the threads to pop out, if that's a good guide for you. Okay, let's go back over to the sewing machine. All right, so 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. I'm going to do about a 3.0 stitch length and then start a little bit before the opening. So I'm going to start about here. So wherever the opening was before, I'll start a little bit before and then end a little bit after it. All right, do a couple back stitches. All right, and then stitch forward. And notice when you glue basted it, again, no fuss with the pins, you know, no having to, everything stays put. All right, so now back stitch again. Okay, and then front stitch. Now trim your threads, and that's pretty much it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and trim my threads right here. Okay, try to trim them as close as you can to your fabric. Okay, oh, we got a little bit of, this is something that sometimes happens. We got a little bit of a thread stuff caught up in there. The threads are a little bit caught up in there, but that's okay. So we're just gonna trim these. And let's see. Yeah, this, if you get this going on, you can just sort of use your snips or whatever to try to like get these out. All right, I'm just gonna trim this a little bit, but this is gonna be on the inside anyway, so it won't be too bad. All right. Oh, here we go. Actually, this seems to work. All right, so let me trim these threads. Okay. All right, and that's it for the pouch. Let's go back over to the sewing table and I'll show you what it looks like, and then we'll press it. We'll also press it a little bit, and I'll show you a couple of tips for that as well. The only thing is you obviously can't press the mesh fabric. That would be bad. All right, so here is your top stitch. Here is the edge stitched lining, so you closed that opening. So now the last step is to just push this back into the pouch. So just push it in here. All right, you may need to, yeah, we got some lint going on here. So you may need your lint roller again to really get out, because you'll just have some little bits of stuff all over the place. All right, so, and we'll take a look at the finished project. So you can see this these side seams lined up fairly well, I think. Let's take a look at this side. This side actually lined up pretty good too. So this is why I wanted to match up these areas the best I could. All right, and really push that lining into the pouch. Okay, and then the back, I'm gonna press, this is a little bit wrinkly, so I'm just gonna spritz it with a little water here, and then I'm gonna iron it. So that will be, let me zip this shut. All right, zip shut pretty well. Let me just get the lint roller again. And then I'm gonna use a little steam here. There we go. We'll just sort of press this back. You can press the front if it doesn't have the mesh pocket on it. I could probably steam this a little bit. So we'll steam this. I don't think that'll hurt it. So we'll steam. We'll do a little steam. And this will help get your project to look a little bit neater. All right, I think that's pretty good. All right, lots of steam here. Okay. Okay, what does everybody think? I think it turned out pretty good. Let me put this pressing pad away for a little bit. All right, so yeah, the back looks pretty good. Let me just steam it a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, the steam will really help get out any wrinkles from you turning the bag. I think this looks pretty good. So let me open it up. And the other thing I'm gonna do is just really take the time to like finger press this and try to push out those corners. So, especially this bottom here, you know, yeah, this looks pretty good. So here is the super simple everyday pouch. So we have added a D-ring to the left side. We have added a pair of front mesh pockets with binding. And I also added a handmade by Sewing Report label and a patch pocket to the inside. So again, we took this basic pouch. So this was the original pouch. Like, look how much different these two look. Let me close this up. And you can also add a little zipper pull tab to this little donut zipper pull here. So look at how different these look. So again, this one's great too. This one's obviously faster to make. It's a little easier and it's, you know, not as time consuming. So this one doesn't have any of those details. It doesn't have the label on it. It doesn't have the pockets. Again, this is a good pouch, don't get me wrong. But if you want to get a little more extra with it, you can add these details. You can add the mesh pocket. You can add the D-ring. So you can clip a wristlet to it, which is what we'll do next. So you can clip a wristlet to it. So you can carry this a little easier. I cannot talk today. And then on the inside, we also added a little patch pocket so that you can put some stuff in here if you wanted to. So, and you don't have to make, if you want to make the patch pocket a little bit smaller, you can do that. It does not have to be the exact measurements. I just wanted to walk you through the process of me doing it. And then you can determine what size patch pocket you really want to do for the inside. You could I mean, there's so much you could do with this. I think this is a great foundational sewing pattern. And you can do so much, but look at the difference between these two. All right, Lisa says, can you make the lives on Sundays at about the same time? So Lisa, I'm thinking about it. The only thing that I'm wondering is, I don't know if I want to lock down my weekends forever, if that makes sense. I think whenever I can, I think Sundays make a lot of sense. People are really online a lot on the weekends. So, I mean, I think long term, let me know what you guys think. What are the days that you would be most likely to do something like this? Is it Sunday? Is it Wednesdays? Let me know in the chat. But I mean, I enjoy these and I would love to do lives at least twice a week here. I think that would be a lot of fun. Obviously, they do take a lot, especially like energy wise for me and everything. So hopefully I can get used to that a little bit more. But let me know what you think about the everyday pouch with these added elements. But this is something that you could do. And again, you don't even necessarily need like templates or a tutorial. You basically just need to kind of work through the process like I did to be able to add this. Okay, Mia Forte says Friday night and Sunday. Okay, I appreciate that. But yeah, so look at, isn't this super cute? I actually really love the mesh. I think my favorite detail is probably the mesh pockets on the front. Yeah, so look, you can put your phone in here. Like, I mean, check this out, how cute. And I will be taking some better photos of this, I think, once once the air-soluble marker fades away. But yeah, look how cute this is. I think this is a great, you can use this as a like kind of something to put in your bigger bag, or you can use this as a clutch yourself. I think we do have some time. Let's try to work on the, we'll try to make a wristlet for this using that, the zebra print fabric. So let's try that out and see if I can do that. So let's try it out. I need to make sure I've got my hole puncher. Let me see where that went. I need to have a hole puncher for the Chicago screw. Okay, that's, all right, I think I have all the stuff I need to make that. So to make the wristlet, I'm kind of winging this, by the way, so I'm not even like, this is going to be kind of a an experimental thing to begin with. All right, so to make the wristlet, I'm going to take, I'm not even sure how like long I want this to be, but I'm going to interface this. Yeah, actually I do think this would be best to be interfaced like all the way around. So I'm going to interface this piece. So this is a long strip of a fat quarter. This is 3.75 inches wide by about, let's see, probably about 22 inches. Okay, so this is about, okay, so this is about 21 inches by 3.75 inches. So I'm going to be interfacing, I don't even think I need to do the whole piece. Maybe I do, I don't know. So I need to cut interfacing to fit this whole strip. So that'll be the first thing we do. I'm going to cut the interfacing a little bit shorter than the piece, a little bit like slimmer than the original piece. So let's do that first. So we're going to be making a matching wristlet for this project. Yeah, we're kind of making, honestly, I'm kind of making this up on the go too. This is not like, this is honestly not like a super planned out video at all. Like not at all, honestly. So let's cut a strip. First, I'll actually cut this piece off because I think I'll use this to, I'm going to have to sort of Franken piece my interfacing here. So that's what we'll be doing. Okay, so let me see how wide I want. I'm going to make this about 3.5 inches wide. So a little bit skinnier, just a little bit skinnier than the actual piece. So we'll do that. Okay. All right, and then I need to kind of create, I'm gonna butt the edges of the interfacing up to sort of Franken piece it together. So we'll do this. And then I need a 3.5 inch piece on this side. So we'll be doing this. All right, and then I need another straight edge over here. And hopefully this is long enough for the piece. So we'll find out soon enough, huh? Okay. So I'll be explaining why I'm doing this. Well, I'm gonna have some stuff to clean up after this live stream. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Okay, so all right, so we're going to take this strip here. And I'm going to lay out the interfacing. Let's see here. All right, so see it doesn't quite, so it's like, there's a little bit of like overhang, and that I want that. So I do want that. All right, so I'm going to flip this over and then do the same thing. So I'm going to spray this with water and then use that to interface the pieces. So we'll just sort of, all right, that's how we're going to interface. This is my like bootleg jerry rig way of interfacing stuff. Again, this is going to be real quick. Yes, this seems to work okay. Not saying I definitely need to clean off my iron. It's getting some stuff on it, but it'll be all right for now. Okay, so now we need to continue this. So you see, this is like, I need to do this section here. All right, continue interfacing. This actually isn't gonna, I don't think this is actually gonna take too long, to be honest with you. We're really, and this is really improvisational, so I don't even have like a plan for this. I'm just gonna do what I think works. So I'm interfacing this piece. Okay, yeah, that definitely kind of stuck to the fabric, but that's okay. So now I'm going to take this extra piece. All right, I got a little too much here, and I'm going to be, yeah, I need to cut that off. I'm going to basically be kind of matching that up to the end here. So I definitely have a little extra here. All right, so all I'm doing is kind of matching this up as close as I can to here. All right, we'll just sort of make that line up. Okay. All right, let's just try to, I'm just gonna try to like, all right, just, there we go. Just sort of quickly get this just down, period. Okay, this matches up pretty well here. Okay, so now I'm gonna flip this over and then finish fusing this. My iron definitely needs to be cleaned, that's for sure. Okay. Could probably use a bigger ironing pad, but that'll be all right. Okay, so yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to, I'll probably have to clean this too. So, okay, I also need to chop this part with the salvage. I'm just gonna like chop off here too. So we're just gonna trim this off totally. So let me just take my rotary cutter and I'm just gonna like trim this off right now. Okay, so we're just gonna take this part off. All right, so to make this wristlet, I'm going to be working with an inch swivel clasp here. So obviously this is much bigger now. So to do that, I'm going to fold this in half and then fold it in half again. All right, so take this piece, fold it in half lengthwise like this. And then you're going to want to press. So press this. Okay, so press it. And then keep pressing. So go all the way down like this. Okay, and then get all the way down to the end here. And you can really do this for like a lot of things. So if you want to make a just a strap or something, you can use this method to just make a strap. All right, so now I'm going to fold this in about here and just keep pressing. All right, so press this. So you're going to fold the ends in towards the center. So fold in, fold in, fold in. I do have a much bigger pressing board, but this is, honestly, this is just the easiest one to like bring out. So that's why we're working on such a small area here. All right, so now repeat this for the other side. You're going to fold this in. So fold this in, I'm not going like all the way to the center. I'm leaving like a little space there just to accommodate bulk. So fold this in like this. Okay. This actually might be a separate video for the main channel too, how to make a wristlet real quick. All right, so keep folding this in. Okay. All right, so, all right, and then fold this in. Okay, so now what we have is, so if you fold this in again, you have a strap and you have no exposed edges or anything like that. So I saw this trick somewhere else and I'm going to try to replicate this. All right, let me put the pressing mat away again. Also, like, I like to lint roll stuff like every 5 seconds. Actually, you know what? We still need this. Never mind. All right, so now you can start to see how long this wristlet will be. So once you double this up for the wristlet, it's going to be like more like, like this. So this is a pretty good length for a wristlet, I think. This started out to be about 21 inches. So here's the interesting trick that I saw somewhere that I'm going to totally copy. So I'm going to, actually, I'm going to put this inside. So I'm going to put this through this little like D-ring here. So this is going to be like this, right? So it's going to be like this. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to sew these together with the clip on it, and then we'll be doing all the top stitching with this in the round. So that'll be kind of interesting. So I'm going to undo these, right? So this is almost like quilt. Honestly, this is kind of like when you're doing quilt binding. So I'm going to undo these, and then I'm going to sew this on the diagonal. So I'm actually going to sew this like and I got to make sure I do it right. Okay, I think I need to sew it the other way. So I'm going to sew it, I think I need to sew it like this. So I'm actually going to sew this on the diagonal like, yeah, I think. All right, yeah, I think it needs to be like this. Okay, so I've got this kind of unwrapped here. Hopefully I don't mess this. Honestly, I hope I don't mess this up. All right, so you know what a way to do this would be? I'm trying to think of a better way to do this. All right, so I need to, all right, so I need to, I can figure this out. This is how I do like quilt binding and stuff. All right, so I need to fold this like, I'm going to be sewing it down like this. So this is actually a good way to do it. I'm going to use my glue basting. All right, so this is a little, I know this is a little complicated. So I need to fold this on the diagonal like this, right? Let's fold this down. All right, so let me press this. Okay, so what you're going to do, all right, this is getting a little, I feel like I'm having a hard time manhandling this a little bit. All right, so you're going to sew this together. You're going to sew about right here. So again, this is actually very much like quilt binding. So actually, I need to, yeah. Actually, do I need to do it more like this? All right, let me try to do this again. All right, actually, no, I don't. All right, so this is about right. All right, so I've got this pressed here. Okay. Actually, wait. All right, yeah, let me just press this again. All right, so I need to fold this. So fold this end in on the diagonal like this. All right, we can figure this out. We can figure this out. Okay, now, when you bring these around to meet, okay, I'm going to be, this is how you want this to attach. So I'm going to be glue basting this down. All right, so I need to glue baste this around like this. Yeah, I think this will work. All right, let me just press this, and then you'll see what I mean in a little bit. All right. So I'm going to, all right, I'm going to put a line of glue. I'm going to put a line of glue on the underside of this little diagonal piece I pressed down. So let's put some glue on here, just a little bit. Okay. Just a little bit here. Okay, like that. Okay, and then putting this is going to be a little tricky. Okay. Using this to line up this way. So you're going to, okay. All right, so this is what you're going to be using to use as a guide for sewing. All right, so I'm glue basting this into place, right? Okay, I know this is getting a little complicated. All right, so yeah, this is basically like, actually I probably could have, all right, I definitely could have made that a little bit, I feel like I could have made that seam a little smaller, but that'll be okay. All right, so now I'm going to sew on this diagonal line here to match this up. So I know this is a little strange, but yeah, I feel like I could have, yeah, I definitely feel like I could have taken that in a little bit, but it'll be okay. All right, so yeah, I think this will be all right. Yeah, I probably should have done that a little further down, but all right, let me try that again, actually. Yeah, I think we'll do that again. All right. Do that one more time, just a little bit less. All right, so put a line of glue here. So this is where the improvisational stuff can be a little bit hit or miss here. All right, I think I just need to give that a little bit more room here. Not quite as, all right, so here we go. Here we go. All right, so, and the good thing about the glue is that it washes out. All right, so I'm going to press this. So I'm basically just glue basting this little section here. Okay, this is a little closer. This will give me a slightly longer wristlet. All right, so I'm gonna go over to the sewing machine and sew this section right here. All right, so I will meet you over at the sewing machine. We're just going to sew this diagonal line here. All right, we're going to be using about a 2.5-inch stitch length. Okay, so we're doing that again. I could probably backstitch. We'll do that. I could probably get away with not doing it, but we'll go ahead and just do it anyways. And I'm going to use the diagonal line as a guide here. Okay. So we'll just backstitch here. Probably could have drawn out that line, but it'll be okay. So I'm just going to basically stitch from corner to corner here. Okay. All right, back stitching. All right, trim threads. All right. All right, I know at this point you're probably like, what the heck is going on? And I get it. So now we have this section. So this is how I stitched the ends together. I did it on the diagonal to reduce bulk, and now I'm going to trim this down. So let me get the scissors back out. So I am going to be trimming this diagonal part here, and then I'm going to give it about a ½ inch. I'm going to trim the seam down to about a ½ inch just to give me a good amount of room to work with here. All right, I'm going to throw the rest of this out. Thank you everyone for watching, by the way. So you see, when I kind of stretch this out, the seam allowance is spread out pretty well. So that's why I decided to sew this on the diagonal. And we are going to be, so now I'm going to take the part that I glue basted, unpick this a little bit. So we're going to unpick this, and then we're actually going to be like pressing this flat. So we're going to press this flat. Just use, all right, I know this can be probably a little bit tricky to work with here, but it'll work, it'll be okay. All right, so we're gonna press these seams open here. So now, because you already have the clip on, I can actually, all right, fold this in. I'm actually going to be top stitching this with the clip on it and just sewing in a, like kind of sewing in a circle and moving it out of the way. So let's go back and press this. So I'm gonna need to repress these areas here. I know you're probably like, what the heck is this? I know this is a little strange, but I saw this method and I used it before and it works pretty well. All right. So we got this. I'm going to press this into the middle here. So because I attached the ends on the diagonal, there's going to be a lot less bulk. So that's why I made that decision, and I think this will turn out better that way. Okay, so, and I actually will, I will actually glue baste, I think I am going to glue baste from here, just to make things easier. Okay, so now, you see when you put this together, like look at this, seam is spread out because it's on the diagonal. It's a lot less noticeable, and I can just sew this together. There we go. So you see when I sew this together, you can see the clip is already on it, and then I can just edge stitch all the way around. And then I'm going to attach a Chicago screw at the end to keep it in place even more. So let's go around. All right, I'm going to glue baste this here because I think that'll make things a lot easier. So we will be glue basting here. I'm gonna keep pressing, so press pretty well. So this is gonna be the wristlet. I think this turned out pretty okay. I think this will be okay. I think this is gonna turn out all right. So I'm gonna keep using the glue to glue baste here. I'm gonna use a pretty generous amount of glue because this is interfaced fabric and there's a lot of layers. So use your glue and glue baste. This will keep this in place. This will give you a much neater finish, I think, because things won't be shifting around. And then as you maneuver around, you can keep moving the clip. So you can keep doing that. All right, let me just put some more glue here. So I'm using a lot of glue here. Very generous amount. And then I will be pressing this. You do want your edges, you want all of these edges to match up. This is what's going to make it look a little more like professional, is if the edges match up pretty well. So you see this is glue basted. I'm basically going to top stitch on both sides. So keep putting that glue in here. Okay. All right. Gonna have to kind of fold this in. Yeah. But yeah, I like the way this looks with the seam distributed like this. And that's why I decided to sew it on the diagonal. All right. So we got a little more ways to go here. So keep moving this clip wherever you need to. All right. Lots of glue. This is just Elmer's washable school glue. And the fine tip bottles are available in the Sewing Report Etsy shop. Okay. So I'm going to try to press this down pretty good. All right. Actually, I think we're about there. All right, let me do this other side again. This area could use a little more glue here because I can see all of this side. We're going to use a lot of glue. And this washes out, but it will temporarily keep it in place. Okay. So get the iron. This is one reason why I do like that this iron is cordless. No stuff getting in the way here. Okay. All right, so I think we're about ready to go back to the sewing machine. And I do want to point out that because the, you can see this is going to be the outside of the strap that's going to be visible. So I'm going to sew with the outside part on top because I'll get, the top stitches do tend to be neater on top. So I'm just going to sew 1/8 of an inch. I think I'm actually going to switch my sewing machine feet. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I might switch my sewing machine foot to something slight. And no, we'll keep the same one on. So I'm going to top stitch about 1/8 of an inch on either side. But again, you're going to need to, as you go along, you're going to need to keep moving the clip a little bit. Regina, if the glue is dry, it really doesn't gum up the needle, but this is Elmer's washable school glue, so it's basically just starch. So I have not had any issues with needle, with anything with the needle, but it does help if the glue is kind of dry. So if you do want to be extra careful, just let the glue dry for a little bit. But again, I've, done it even now, and I just haven't had I really haven't had any issues. All right, so let's go back over to the sewing machine and we will top stitch this. All right, so I'm going to use a 3.5 inch stitch length just because this is top stitching, so I want it to look nice. This is going to be the outside of the strap, so I've got that face up. You don't need to back stitch because you're just going to be overlapping the same area. And I'm actually going to be starting on the side that with the edges on it. So I'm going to do the side with the fold next. All right, so just get this going here. All right. All right, I'm trying to get my edges. Again, this is why I glue basted so that the edges wouldn't shift around a lot, especially since I'm not using a walking foot. I thought that would help. All right. So you can see I can kind of shift this around as I go. But yeah, you totally can sew this in the round like this. And some people have asked me if it makes a difference not having a free arm on the sewing machine. If you're sewing something with a fairly wide opening like this, I can just lay it flat and it's not really that big of a problem. Like, I haven't had an issue with this machine not having a free arm. You know, it's been fine. All right, so I'm going all the way around here. And I am going to take this time now to clip the threads just so it doesn't get in the way here. So we'll just clip these. I'm getting a lot of threads collected in my cup here. My tension seems pretty okay here. Let me just check. I'm just going to check my thread. Okay, yeah, I think the thread looks okay. All right, so we're going to just going to keep going around here. All right. And I'm using the edge of the press. I always like to use the edge of my presser foot to line up the edge of my fabric. So that's why I like these feet. Okay. All right, and we're almost done here. All right, and I am going to overlap the stitches a little bit. So, and actually, you know what? I think I actually will backstitch. So we'll overlap. So I'm going to overlap the stitches by like an inch here. And then in addition, I think I'll do a few back stitches just to be safe here. All right. Okay. So now we will go over to the other side. Okay. And I'm just going to do one of these guys. I'll move this over here. There we go. And then, wait, what just happened here? Actually, maybe I do need to cut this. Hold on a second. What's going on? Oh, I think I see what's going on. All right, so this got caught up in here. There we go. Okay. So I'm just going to pull these threads, and then I'm going to start around the same point on the other side, just so that the back stitching matches up. Okay. All right, so let's do this side. But notice, since I sewed this on the diagonal to attach the ends, I don't have any super bulky sections, and I think that makes a big difference for sewing this together. All right, so I'm going to continue moving these. Actually, I'm going to take this time to clip my threads here. Let me just trim these real quick. I'm just going to trim everything now. Why not? So I always like to trim as I go, and I don't like to wait to trim, just because I like to do everything as I'm going. Let me cut this guy off. Yeah, this is actually coming together pretty okay. All right, so yeah, this actually didn't take too long. Okay. Let me just see too how my tension is. Actually, I think I need to tighten my tension. All right, yeah, I think I need to tighten it a little bit. Okay. Let me tighten it. I tightened it up. Let me see if that makes a difference. I mean, it's not terrible. I just think the tension could be a little bit better. All right, let me see how this looks. Okay, yeah, I think that looks better. No. Okay. Actually, wait. Okay. And again, notice I'm continuing to move the clip as I go so it doesn't get in the way. All right, we're almost to the beginning now. Okay, so now that we're over here, we'll also go ahead and I'll stay at the sewing machine because I think this will just be easier. All right, so we've got the whole strap top stitched. I think it looks pretty good. Okay, so now you have to figure out which section will be, you know, figure out where you want the clip to be in relation to the strap. So, I think I'm going to choose to have like this part with the seam on it. I am actually going to have that be where the clip is. I think that'll be the least noticeable thing. I think if I had it like out towards the end, I think that would be like more noticeable. So I want the section that I'm holding on to not have that seam. So I have decided to, all right, so here's the seam visible. I'm going to have that be the part where the, at the clip. So I'm going to be sewing a little square, like a square or rectangle here, just to keep this clip secure. So let's start here. And I'm just gonna hold this in place right now. So I'm just gonna hold this here, and then I'll lower my stitch length to about a 3 here. And then I'm just going to use this to sew. I'm just gonna be sewing like, again, a little like rectangle about right here, like, and I'm just sort of eyeballing it, and I'm gonna go over this rectangle a couple times. So I'm just going to, and when I get to the sides, I'm just going to match the stitches I already made. So we're just gonna be doing that. Okay, yeah, this is a little tough here. There's a lot of layers. Wow, that's tough. Okay, and all right, let me get this. This thread is like definitely in the way here. All right, so actually I need one more. It's not quite. I need one more stitch here. Okay, here we go. All right, this is gonna be tough. I'm glad I have an industrial. You might have some trouble if you have a regular sewing machine. It just might be a little hard. All right, so I'm going to be sewing a little bit. Let's sew a little bit this way. Wow, this is pretty tough. And if you think this would be difficult, you could use a little bit less interfacing. So you could do that. But yeah, this part could be a little tricky. I'm gonna trim my threads here. I'm just gonna trim. I'll trim this thread a little bit more later, but we'll just trim it a little bit now. So I'm just sewing a rectangle around this whole area. Again, it doesn't have to be super precise. This is not gonna be, you know, yeah, this part's a little bit bulky for sure. So you, again, if you don't want to do this, you can use a little bit less interfacing if you think you'll have some trouble here. So don't be, you can do that. You can kind of modify this if you're sewing, if you don't think your sewing machine is gonna handle this. Okay, so I'm just gonna sew around this way again. Okay, we're gonna sew one more time. Okay, yeah, this is pretty bulky here. Yeah, and I'm hand cranking it because this is struggling. Like, this sewing machine is pretty powerful, but this part is definitely fairly bulky for the Juki here. Okay, so let me get this part here. We're gonna go around one more time. Okay, yeah, that's tough. All right, and then I'm going to, this is gonna be my last stitch here. All right, and that's it. Well, not quite. We're gonna do one more thing. We're gonna do one more thing. Okay. All right, so let's trim the threads here. So you can kind of see where we're at here. We've got a little, and I sewed this rectangle for basically to reinforce everything. So we're gonna trim these stitches. All right, yeah, I definitely have some, you can see some of the stitches here got like caught in things, so I'm gonna use my snips to like get this out of here. All right, just to get this out. Yeah, this is, this part with all the interfacing is definitely pretty bulky. So I'm gonna trim these threads, clip all the threads here. All right. Okay. All right, let's head back to the table. All right, we are getting to the home stretch here. I can't believe we're still live here. That's kind of, and there's still 10 people watching, which is kind of amazing. But that's why I wanted to do this live stream for a while, so that if you wanted to tune in and tune out, or you caught it late, I would still be live. And I thought that would be more, you know, more fun for everybody, so you don't feel like you're missing out. Okay. So there's one more thing I want to do. So here's what we have now. So I mean, this looks pretty good. So I put the part with the seam at the, you know, part with the clip, so it was less noticeable. This side looks a little bit messier. This side looks a little bit better, I think. So as of now, this strap has about a 7-inch, like from here to here, it's about 7 inches. So I think pretty much most people could fit their hand through there. So you could use this as like a keychain, just straight up if you wanted to, but you could also attach it to your new everyday pouch. So you can turn it into a wristlet clutch here. Also, you can obviously use different sizes of the D-ring and the swivel clasp. You would just have to adjust your measurements to, you know, fit whatever width you need. But generally, so if I was using a 3/4 inch D-ring and swivel clasp, you'd want to make it about a little under 4 times that width. So you kind of have to do the math. So this is 1 inch, so I did 3.75 inches, and you can see this works out pretty well. So the last thing I want to do for added detail is I'm going to be adding a Chicago screw to this middle part here. So I think that would add a little detail. I mean, you could leave it as is, but doesn't this look super cute? So you've got your little wristlet here. I think this I actually do really like this. I really like the trim fabric. I think that works out really well with the zebra print. So you can clip it on and off. So you could really turn this into a little clutch purse. The other thing you could do is, again, if you use thicker fabric, or if you use a quilted version of this, it's going to be a little more stable. You could also use a single-sided fusible fleece, like Pellin makes one. So the last thing I want to do is add a Chicago screw. I'm going to need a little screwdriver, which I think I have one somewhere. I'll have to get that. So I am going to get out I have not used I ordered these Chicago screws from like a small seller years ago. I don't even think they're still in business, but you can get Chicago screws from a lot of places. So you can look on Amazon, you can look on Etsy. So let me get out a couple of these. Let's see here. All right, so I need one of these and I need one of these. All right, so this should work. And I like these better than rivets because I don't have to worry about like pounding them in or whatever. I think this will work. It might be it's a little wide, but I think it'll be okay. So I need to figure out how big of a hole I need to punch. So I'm actually going to use this screw to figure out how big the hole is. So this is just a leather punch tool I got from, I got mine from Tandy Leather, but you can find them from Amazon or anywhere. So I'm going to fit the screw in different holes. All right, so this one seems to work here. And then this is how you can figure out how big of a hole you need to punch. This one would also work too. All right, so we'll do this one. This is already here. So I'm just gonna honestly, let's see here. How wide is this? I just need this to be about a 1/2 inch. Let me just mark. There's my marker. So this just needs to be about a 1/2 inch in here. Okay, so it just needs to be about here. So I'm just gonna roughly eyeball how big I need this to be. All right, I'm going to take my punch here. And I'm just going, you can use a sewing awl too, I suppose, but this would probably work. All right, this is gonna be pretty tough here. Okay, I think I got it. So this punched through all of the layers, I believe, hopefully. Okay, yeah, I think it did. I might need to do the other side too, just to make sure this worked out okay. All right, let's punch this side, okay. All right, and now we've got our hole. All right, so I gotta figure out which part I wanna, all right, I think I want this part on top. Okay, so I'm going to put the like smooth, so there's two sides of the Chicago screw. There's like a smooth side, and then there's like a one with the screw part on it. So we'll do that. So I've got this through, and this will just give it a little more detail. That's about it. All right, so I'm going to, all right, I gotta get this, there's a little bits of the hole here. So now you just have to screw this in. And you can also use a screw. I have a screwdriver around somewhere. I'll get it. I'll probably need it to screw it all the way in. So, but this is easier than rivets because you don't have to worry about like punching anything or whatever. All right, yeah, I'm gonna need to, this definitely is gonna need a screwdriver. I'll be right back. I think I have a screwdriver somewhere. Hopefully this works. Yeah, all right. And let me get a screwdriver. I'll be right back. Okay, so we got a screwdriver. So now I can finish this. I think my hole's a little bit off, but it'll be all right. So now you can just use your screwdriver. Well, this is kind of hard actually. All right. Screw this off. I mean, you could use something else. You could use regular rivets. You could use all kinds of stuff. I just wanted to give you an example. All right, this is a little tough. Wow. All right, this one's a little difficult actually. I do have some rivets as well, so I might replace this with a rivet, but I don't have those handy, so we're gonna use this for now. Also, I feel like this isn't thick, and honestly, I feel like this probably, there's a little bit of a gap here, but you can kind of get the idea. So let me screw this in. Let's see here. Yeah, this is a little bit difficult to screw in. Okay. Anyways, I'm probably going to replace this with a rivet or get a smaller Chicago screw, but you can sort of get the idea here. So if you want to give it that little added detail, you can add a rivet or a Chicago screw. This one might be a little bit big, but I have some rivets laying around, so I might do a rivet, but I'll do it later because it's going to be super loud when I like pound this, you know, when I have to like punch this in. But you can see this is there's a little too much. The post is a little too thick for this, but I think it still looks cute, so you can get the idea of what you can do. So this is the wristlet for the everyday pouch. Again, you can use smaller, you can certainly use smaller hardware. I'm just using what I have, to be honest with you. I didn't have anything smaller. And I was surprised. I had 0 gold D-rings, so I was pretty shocked by that because I thought I had more of those, but apparently not. So this is the finished, all right, this is what we spent all day working on, guys. So this is the everyday pouch. This is a pattern by me. It is free. You can get it at sewingreport.com. So the things we've done today are we added a pair of mesh pockets. We have added a D-ring to the side. We have made a separate wristlet. And we have also added a little patch pocket on the inside here. So I mean, not bad for, I think it's been like over 4 hours, something like that. Let me know what you think about this project. Which Which extra detail do you think you would add to a pouch of your own? Would you, I actually really like, I think I'm gonna have to list the, I have like a huge roll of this mesh fabric. So if this is something you are interested in, let me know in the chat, because I can come up with, I can start packaging that up, and then I can offer that up as in the Etsy shop, because I have a huge roll of it. And, you know, so you can, you know, if you want like a half yard or a full yard of it, honestly, a half yard would probably be a lot for most people, and you could do quite a few projects with it. So I think if that is something you're interested in, I can certainly make up a few packages of it. I also have a lot of the Pellon Shape Flex 101. That's the stabilizer I used today. So I do have a pretty big roll of that too that I could, that I might be able to package up if people are interested. I think this would probably be a, definitely like a 1 yard, probably like a yard. I have a roll that's like 20 inches wide, and then I've got like 10 yards of it or something like that. I have a lot of it. So if this is something you're also interested in the shop, let me know, because I will, I have a lot of it, so I could certainly kind of portion it up. And then if that's something you're interested in, that's something that I could probably do. But let me know what you think about the everyday pouch. I think this is so cute. I love the print. Again, this fabric is also in the Etsy shop. This is called Wild Expedition. It's like a safari print fat quarter bundle, and it is really, really cute. I just love this. I think this fabric, I love coming up with different fabric combos for projects. And I've had this fabric for a while, and I wasn't sure what to do with it. Yeah, I think I need to take out the Chicago screw and add, I'm gonna add a rivet to this. This is not, this Chicago screw is just, it's too thick for the, like it's just too thick. Plus I can't even, the screw is not even like screwing in, so that's not really, this is like not gonna work. But this looks really cute though, so you can use this, and you can attach the wristlet, and you can use the wristlet for anything you want. You can use this for your keys, you can use this for, you know, if you've got like even an ID with a hole in it, you could use this for a lot of different things. This could be a really good last minute project. I think I'm gonna break out that portion of the live stream and then upload that as a video on the Sewing Report main channel. So I might do that for just one extra video. But yeah, this rivet part, I'm gonna have to I'll probably reshoot this part and then show the rivet. But this is definitely, actually the whole I should, you know what, I probably should have made a smaller hole too, but hey, that can't be helped. Let's read some comments, and we'll see where we're at with that. Thanks everybody for watching today. This has been a lot of fun. This is the first time I've done something like this. Okay, so let's see here. Let me read some of the comments here. Let's see here. Okay. All right, so Denise says, usually I use Wonder Clips in this type of step, but that glue-based technique seems much more accurate and tidy. Yes, glue basting, especially if you're using quilting cotton, really helps. It's very inexpensive to buy. You can just get a small glue bottle and hit it with a dry iron. It washes out of projects as well, so it's pretty forgiving if you want to change something later. Regina says the wristlet is like the cherry on top. Awesome, awesome. All right, let's see. We've got Lisa, very professional. You could totally sell this in the Etsy shop. So yeah, I'm thinking about trying to sell some stuff in the Etsy shop. You know, anything that, you know, makes the cut quality wise. And, you know, I think I might do some like little zipper pouches and stuff like that. There's also a couple patterns that I've been wanting to try. And I hope this can help you see, this is why I turned those zipper, see, everyone thought I was crazy for like folding down the ends of the zipper, but it gave me a much neater finished project. So that's why I decided to do it. All right, Krabby Dragon, thank you for tuning in. I know you've been with us pretty much all day. Sarah, thank you very much. All right, Lisa, all right, we got the H, thank you. All right, Elos, is that you? I'd actually like to try that, the mesh. Okay, so you would like the mesh. Okay, so I might do like some half yard packages or something, or maybe I could do like 20 inches, so it's a little bit more. So it's a little bit more than a half yard so you could try it out on some projects. I think this is super cute, and all you have to do is make some binding strips, or and then you could use it for pretty much anything. But it adds like a little bit of detail to projects, I think, and it's see-through. So what I like about it is that it doesn't obstruct your main fabric. So I think I'm definitely going to be using it in a little bit more projects myself. Lisa says, I'll use the D-ring and strap connection technique. Yes, this is not my original idea. I saw it somewhere and I was like, that's a really good idea. So but you can see this, again, you can't really tell where the fabric ends and begins. So you eliminate the bulk with having to like wrap the ends in or tuck it in and that kind of thing. It's cute, and the color palette you chose works well too. I love it. I think this turned out so cute. I love the zebras. I like the zebra print. I think that's kind of the awesome thing about this fabric. Mea Forte, the pouch pattern is available for free at sewingreport.com. So this is just a free download, and the condensed tutorial is now up at Sewing Report, so you can check that out on the main channel. I just thought it would be fun to do this live and develop a few hacks for the pattern so you can have some additional ways to use it. So this is not in the original tutorial, but I will probably be condensing this live stream into a video about creative hacks for the pattern. So I'm thinking about that. So I hope everyone enjoyed the show today. I'm hoping to do this more often, but if you haven't already, I would really appreciate a like on the video and subscribe to Sewing Report Live if you would like to see more shows like this. I think this could be a lot of fun. I know I've been going live for I think almost 5 hours now, so it's been a lot of fun, and I've really enjoyed this format. I know, and I've been talking a lot, and I haven't lost my voice yet. I probably will later. I probably can't do this every day, but if I could do this at least twice a week, I think that would be fun. I'm also not sure, what do you think about these shows where I do topical things, like talking about indie patterns or talking about the Ditto sewing pattern projector? Would you like to see just kind of more newsy shows and then more sewing hangouts like this? Let me know in the chat and in the comments, because I'm really trying to figure out what this channel is, but I really have wanted to do this type of live sewing for a long time. So I decided to get some more equipment and be able to really do this right. So I hope everyone enjoyed the show today. If you are just tuning in and you're wondering what the heck is going on, I am Jen, and I can be found at Sewing Report. I've been doing the Sewing Report channel for 7 years, and I recently hit 100,000 subscribers on the main channel. But then I consulted with a YouTube consultant, and they told me that live streams were killing the channel. So he told me if I wanted to do live streams, I had to do it on another channel, which is why I started another channel. So I'll hang out for a little bit and we can take some comments. This has been a lot of fun. I'm going to eat something in a little bit. I haven't eaten anything today. But the good thing about this is, because I was able to live stream and the quality is pretty decent and I use my good cameras, I could very much turn this into a regular video. So I kind of got a little more bang for the buck in terms of live streaming, but then also having content for the main YouTube channel. So, all right, we've got Chris, hello. You're from Australia. Welcome. You are you're a little over 4 hours in, so if you like live sewing, you're welcome to kind of rewind a little bit. It took me 5 hours to make this. This is called the Super Simple Everyday Pouch. This is a free pattern on my website, sewingreport.com, and I was showing everyone how to make some different variations. So the original pouch started out like this. So it was kind of basic, again, functional and cool, but I also know there's a lot more you can do with it. So we added some interior and exterior pockets. I added a D-ring, and then I also made a wristlet, so you could turn this into a little clutch wristlet purse. So that was our project for today. If you have any suggestions as well for what other types of projects you would be interested in, definitely let me know. All right, we got Denise again. I like the news specific topic stories chats, and this is fun too. Yeah, I think all of this is fun. Jackie, we got Jackie. Jackie is a longtime Sewing Report viewer. You've been watching for years. Thank you, Jen. Love your fabric choices. We've got Elos. I'm probably not pronouncing Elos. I'm not pronouncing your name right, I'm sure. I look forward to the streams. I'm actually a beginner and I've learned a lot. And if you are new to sewing, on the main channel, Sewing Report, I have a lot of videos for beginners. So I would encourage you to start there. I've got stuff from beginner sewing tips, how to use a sewing machine. I have a lot more projects like this that are pretty beginner friendly, and I try to make good step-by-step videos for people to follow along, especially if you don't know a lot about sewing. All right, Crappy Dragon, Sewing and Craft Newsy Live would be fun. Yeah, I enjoy those. I enjoy all of it. Rose Petals Upcycle. I think there's definitely a place for live tutorials and product reviews topics on this channel. Thank you for that. We had a little bit of a live unboxing. So far, I think the pinking shears, they're okay. These are supposed to retail for over $50. They cut better than my IKEA pinking shears. These are by Bohin, B-O-H-I-N. It's a French brand. I don't like the metal handles though. These are not super comfortable. I really like scissors with a comfort grip handle with like some rubber on it. I know the metal is probably a little more durable, but I really do like scissors like this Kai pair that have like a little bit more of a little bit of padding on it. So far I'm not. These are better than what I had, but these are supposed to be like 50 bucks. So I'm not really sure if they're worth that. Lisa says, great job. Take a break. Love the topical lives and newsy shows. The live shows are great. The live sews are great too. Hope this helps your live show channel grow. And the plus, it's a 2-for-1 for the main channel. Exactly. So I can, because the audio matches up with what I'm doing, it actually would be not, I know there's a lot of footage from today, but it's actually not that, I don't think it would be that difficult to cut that down into individual videos. Machine embroidery projects. Okay, I think I would like to do a live stream doing some embroidery stuff. So I think we'll do that. I'm also hoping to do some more walkthroughs with the Embrilliance embroidery software. So I'm hoping to do a little bit more of that. But let me know what you want to see on this channel. Chris says, I love it when you do your honest reviews on products that you buy. Well, thank you. Yeah. So far, I think these are kind of hit or miss, though. I don't think they're worth $50, but the handles, I feel like they could have done more with the handles to make them a little more comfortable to use. All right, guys, I'm probably going to sign off in a little bit. But again, I really appreciate everyone watching, and I've got some more videos planned for this week. I'm going to be shooting some stuff. But subscribe if you haven't already. I've got a lot of exciting things planned for Sewing Report and Sewing Report Live. I think it's going to be a good 2023. And thank you everyone for watching. I don't know how many live viewers we've had through this whole stream, but for this channel being like 2 weeks old, it hasn't done that badly so far, especially when you consider like the percentage of like subscribers who actually watch the live stream. The live streams have actually gotten more views than I have subscribers, which I can't say for the Sewing Report main channel for sure. I only get like a fraction of the subscribers watching, so it's been a little bit sad for that channel. But if I can at least just get this Sewing Report live channel monetized, that would be amazing, and that would make it worthwhile. I need 1,000 subscribers here, so help me out here. And I need a lot of watch time, but the good thing about live streams is that the watch time requirements of 4,000 hours in the past year, it's a lot easier to hit for longer streams. So hopefully I can do that. But I really appreciate everyone watching. I'll give you guys a glimpse of the, let's give you a glimpse of the finished project. Again, this is the super simple everyday pouch. And I added a little mesh pocket, a wristlet. We added a pocket on the inside, and we added a D-ring. So there is a lot you can do with this pattern. So again, thanks everyone. I really appreciate this. I know this is like the first time I've ever tried anything like that, but we made it through. I actually finished. I was afraid that something would go really wrong or like the project would get totally screwed up. I really was like afraid of that, and I thought that might happen, but it didn't. But I hope everyone has a great upcoming week. If you're watching this on the replay, hopefully, if you've made it this far on the replay, oh my gosh, that's a long trek. I know it's kind of hard to watch stuff on the replay after the fact. It's always easier for me to watch things live. But I hope everyone has a great week, and remember, whatever you're doing, make it fun.